It's the Florida State-Florida game. You know, we're going to always put ourselves first.
Playing Seminoles is something that I've been waiting for a long time.
When I hit a gator, sparks will fly.
Hitting is as intense as it gets in college football.
I want to go out with a big bang.
It's going to be a game to remember. Remember until I die.
Live at Doak S. Campbell Stadium in Tallahassee, Florida. Tonight, it's the 6th-ranked Gators of Florida in town to take on the 8th-ranked Seminoles of Florida State. Hi, everybody. I'm Ron Franklin along with Gary Danielson, and we're going to get this one underway quickly. For Florida, the bottom line is they can win 10 games for the first time in the history of their school. That's big for them.
You know, Ron, you've been telling me all year, but it's the most electrifying stadium I've ever been in. Both teams are playing the best football they have all year. Let's get a couple keys to this football game. Florida State must put some pressure on Shane Matthews. Florida, when they have time to throw great. And Florida State must not give special teams to Florida. That could be the key to the football game. They must at least play even. I can't wait. Let's play it.
Okay. Kevin Kiley is the third man of the telecast tonight, and he is down at a very noisy field side. Kevin.
Yes, I am, Ron, and it will be an emotional finale to the season for the Florida seniors. A bunch of seniors that since they stepped foot in Gainesville, just about they've been on probation. They've had head coaching changes. They lost the great Emmitt Smith last year, a year early to the NFL. And now when they seem to have it all together, there'll be no bowl game for them this year. But make no mistake about it, if Florida beats Florida State here in Tallahassee, they have to be considered for the top spot in the nation. It's a tussle in Tallahassee. Ron, back to you.
Okay, a tussle indeed, and a very noisy one. ESPN's College Football Saturday, Florida at Florida State, is brought to you by Aetna, a policy to do more. By Howard Johnson. Where are you going this fall? Go anywhere and get it on the fall sale at Howard Johnson. Call 1-800-I-GO-HOJO. And by Irish Spring Deodorant Soap. The Irish never quit. Coming up from Tallahassee, it's the Noles and the Gators.
Travel along this road after a rain, and you'll not only see the green, you'll smell it. Legend says take it in just once, and that fresh, clean feeling will last the rest of your journey. There's a bit of this in every bar of Irish Spring. Ah, the lasting, fresh scent of Irish Spring Deodorant Soap. The Irish never quit.
Young man, where do you think you're going?
Me?
Yeah, well, you hit me.
No, you hit me.
Well, hey, it's Christmas.
Oh, good. Hey, look, I don't care if you're Santa Claus. Look at my fender.
I curve at about 90 miles
Look at
an
it.
hour.
No, this is a scratch in your car. Look at my fender. Oh, man, I just bought this car.
Doak Campbell Stadium. They have been coming into the stadium for just over 2 hours. They have been cheering. They have been chanting. We've heard the war chant now for almost 2 hours. And, Gary, we have over 3 more hours. And we are about to see, as you look at some of the Gator fans that have traveled over from Gainesville for this one tonight, as Bobby Bowden is on the field and he is shaking hands with 16 seniors who are making their final appearance here at Doak Campbell Stadium. Now, that is the noise meter in the shape of the spear which Chief Osceola carries onto the field, and it'll tell you it has stayed almost at the top. That's how noisy it's been. Now, here we go. One of the great traditions in college football, Renegade and Chief Osceola. President Dr. Bernard Schlager will be given the honor. This is only the second time in the history of school that they have broken tradition. It has not been thrown from the horse. And from the tunnel across the way, Steve Spurrier wanted to wait on his entrance, and here come the Gators. This is a rivalry that is extremely heated. Last year we had this ball game and it took forever just to play the first half because of all the personal fouls and unsportsmanlike conducts that happened. I don't think we'll see that tonight, but getting personal, first meeting, 1958. Florida leads the series, 22 wins, 9 losses, and 1 tie. This is the first time, Gary, that they will have met with both teams ranked in the top 10. Last year, Florida State won it, and they had to come from behind to do it. 24-17, that one was at Gainesville.
Well, I think one of the keys is why you might not see all those personal fouls around is both teams still feel they have a shot at the national championship. Florida State thought they were a year away for 1990, but every time they look around, somebody in front of them's losing, and Florida just might sneak in. They have a team that definitely can compete with anybody. They're not going to a bowl, but I'll tell you, they've got strong defense and offense, and you're looking at a guy who's turned around a program in 1 year, Steve Spurrier.
Well, we talked at length earlier on this year when we did Florida against LSU. The fact that when we looked at their book, and we were amazed to find that no Florida team, including a bowl victory, had ever gone into double digits. Nobody has ever won 10 games down at Gainesville. He has an opportunity to do it. Shannon Baker on the near side, the speedster from Lakeland, Florida, and Eric Terrell, number 7, to the far side. And they are waiting for the kick from Ryan Ruland. He is a 6', 190-pound freshman. Arden Krzyzewski handles extra points and field goals, but it is Ruland who does the long kicking and handles the kickoff duties. Wild indeed. Well, the cars have been pouring in here since late Thursday evening with banners that either said Seminoles or said the Florida Gators. They wear their colors very proudly, and they're very loud about it. And you're about to witness it over the next 3 hours. This comes to Terrell from the 3. Hit at the 20-yard line, and that's where they will scrimmage. So let's see how the Seminoles will open on offense tonight. Casey Weldon, the youngster from Tallahassee, will open at quarterback. And he will have behind him Edgar Bennett and Amp Lee. Keep an eye on number 42, very good one. Lawrence Dawsey, certainly the choice as far as the receivers. Shannon Baker on the other side. The tight end is Reggie Johnson. Up front, Robbie Baker is the center. The 2 guards, Haynes and Mike Morris. Morris probably the best of the offensive linemen. Robert Stevenson gets the call tonight along with Kevin Mancini at the tackle for the Seminoles. This is Amp Lee. Florida State tries to keep it on the ground. The 54, Mark Murray, is there to make the hit. And let's check out that 4-4 defense for Florida. Culpepper and Mike Brandon are the defensive tackles. The defensive ends, Huey Richardson and Mark Murray, both very active and very good. Tim Paulk and Jerry Odom, the inside linebackers. On the outside, Fee Bartley and Godfrey Miles. Miles is actually what they call the Gatorback. Richard Fain and Jimmy Spencer are the corners, and they have 1 safety, Will White. He is an All-American according to the coaches poll, which has just been released. Weldon for his first throw of the night. Pumps once, going to go long, and he's got him wide open. Dawsey, and he will score. Yards. What a start, Gary.
Florida State, one of their main plays, a staple for them, is to bring Casey Weldon out on the sprint and throw the comeback to their great All-American Lawrence Dawsey. This time they baited him, went out and up, and got up the big touchdown to start the football game.
Richie Andrews knocks it through. It's 7-0.
Casey Weldon comes outside. They've thrown a lot of comebacks off this play. This time he pump fakes it and goes long, and they hit the home run ball in the first play. There he goes out, stops a little bit. You see the flat by Will White coming across flat, across to the safety, and there it is, right in stride to Dawsey, the All-American receiver, and 7-0 on 2 plays. What a way to start a game.
You know, the way Fain turned around and looked at Will White, it was though he thought he had help on the play.
Well, I don't know. They were in a zone, and Will White is the deep free safety. Remember, the key to this defense, and we've saw him before, there's only 3 defensive backs on the field, so they have a lot of different zone concepts, reading the flow of the quarterback and double zone coverages that they have to take advantage of. But that time, Florida State had a play that they were sold on was going to work, and they got the big play to start the game.
7 touchdown passes for Dawsey this season. In fact, that is the longest of the year. His previous longest was 49 yards. This one covers 76. So Florida State, they started off with the obligatory running play. Then they roll the pocket to the open side of the field, throw the ball, and as Gary said, they baited the Florida secondary very well, and they're up 7-0. Richie Andrews, a senior from Fort Lauderdale, will kick it off to a dual safety. Monty Duncan and Harrison Houston back at a dual safety for the Gators. With the wind, Houston, well, he's going to return it. Wow. Breaks it out over the 20. Ball comes loose, but he was down at the 23. One more look at the touch.
From the end zone this time, you'll see it. He comes out, and this is the play they always run. Reminder, they come in the comeback, but this time a great pump fake. Actually gets both of the secondary men, Will White and the corner, and there it is, wide open down the sideline, perfectly in stride. When you throw the deep ball, you get a guy that wide open, you just can't miss him, and Weldon puts it right there.
Well, Dawsey was like a center fielder on that one. Ball was thrown nicely. He just ran underneath it and took it. So let's see what the Gators come up with here as they scrimmage from out at their own 23-yard line, and they are right in front of the largest portion of the Florida State cheering section where they are scrimmaging. Eric Rett, ball is fumbled, still in the air, and is recovered by Howard Dinkins for Florida State.
I'll tell you, strong safety. Bill Reagan's put a shot on him that you won't believe. That ball went 20 yards in the air, Ron. Little pitch play, a real safe one to Willie McClendon. Watch number 15 come and put his helmet right on the ball. Goes out of the picture. One of the linemen got, but he's all taped up. Bounces a couple more times and ends up in the hand of Howard Dinkins. 1st and 10 on the 33-yard line. Whew.
That was Ismail who had an opportunity to pick it off in midair. But as Gary said, offensive linemen with their hands taped and what have you, and they're not known for their catching ability. So the Florida Gators really have themselves with their back against the wall extremely early, and Florida State has just called a timeout.
I don't know if Dawsey and Weldon were too tired from the last play. They were still over there talking about the touchdown, and they were not on the field.
13:49 left in the opening period. We have opened with lightning.
How do you get real premium beer taste in a non-alcoholic brew? You start with a real premium beer. That's how Anheuser-Busch makes O'Doul's. O'Doul's is carefully brewed, fully fermented, and cold-aged. Then the alcohol is naturally removed, retaining all the great taste. So how do you get real premium beer taste in a non-alcoholic brew? Ask for an ice-cold O'Doul's. O'Doul's, the taste will win you over.
This is how the roomy new Cutlass Supreme SL looks after traveling 300 highway miles on just 10 gallons of gas. And this is how Honda Accord looks after the same challenge. Well, if it hadn't run out of gas 20 miles back, you'd see that it's smaller and it's blue. Next trip, Dad, it's yours. Who says you can't get great gas mileage in a roomy, comfortable car? Cutlass Supreme is one car that does it all and does it right.
This is the new generation of olds.
ESPN's College Football Saturday, Florida at Florida State, is brought to you by Oldsmobile, who invite you to stop by your Oldsmobile dealer and see what's new from the new generation of Olds. And by McDonald's. You know the one, it's McDonald's, for food, folks, and fun. It's inside the athletic department main building here on the FSU campus. That is where the awards hang, and in the back of that is the cafeteria. You could see some of the guys coming out from lunch yesterday. The line of scrimmage, the 34-yard line of Florida, following the fumble. Running play, and Amp Lee able to have maybe a couple to the 31. And Gary, let's go back and take one more look at that big hit.
Well, senior strong safety Bill Reagans comes up and puts the helmet right on the ball. It goes out of the picture. And as you said, Ishmael had a chance for it, but he just can't catch him over the shoulder like that. They don't work on those type of over-the-shoulder catches for the tackles on this football team. And right again, Florida State has the ball in scoring position, and the Florida defense is going to have to at least hold them to a field goal right here. I think 14-0 would be very dramatic.
Oh, you're right, and we have not even played 2 minutes of this football game yet. Puts it up, going long for Shannon Baker, knocked away. That was Jimmy Spencer who got a hand on it. Baker is the young fellow who was a state 100-meter dash champion out of Lakeland, Florida.
But Jimmy Spencer did a good job that time. Florida was faking the blitz. Casey Weldon caught him on a quick count with the fade, which is exactly what you want to do on that play. But very good job by Spencer racing the ball down, because it was a good throw. Casey Weldon put it right there, and he's really come on to turn this team on. Bobby Bowden loves him. Says he goes down the field and really makes things happen.
Jerry Odom is out at linebacker. Del Spear comes in as the extra defensive back for the Gators. Weldon under pressure. Delivers it incomplete. That's Baker who he wanted. And again, number 6, Jimmy Spencer had the cover. So now it's going to be 3rd down. And the Noles need the 24. As Huey Richardson was putting on the pressure. And let's change that. My mistake, it is 4th rather than 3rd.
Well, good job by that Florida defense. They had to come through right there. You know, they're on the road. They've got a good defense, and they came through and set the tempo that they're not going to be pushed around. That might have been a fluke play.
47-yard attempt by Andrews. Got the distance, and he's good. What a start by the Seminoles of Florida State. We still have 12:57 left to play in this opening quarter. It's now 10-0. Well, those wearing the garnet and gold are enjoying this early on. Well, you give up the big home run play, and not as if that is not a tough enough situation. McClendon comes back running the ball, has a huge opening, is going to almost pick up a first down on their first running play, and you come up with a fumble that's more like a jump ball.
Well, Florida's defense, I mean, the offense gets all the yards, and they're doing some great things, but this Florida defense is rated in the top 6 in the country in total defense. They've got a great football team on defense, and they came through to set the tempo. Now Steve can get into his game plan and use some plays. They're going to throw the ball effectively tonight. They're going to put more than 10 points on the board. At least that's what he's telling them. No problem. Settle down. Long football game. Plenty of time to score.
And for those of you who have joined us on 3 other occasions when we showed you Florida this year, it's very evident that they can total it up in a hurry. Andrews' kick is going to come down to number 84, Harrison Houston. So let's take a look at the Gators. We never got to introduce them. Young Shane Matthews out of Pascagoula, Mississippi at quarterback. His running backs, Kelvin Randolph and Willie McClendon. The wide receivers, both very good ones, Terrence Barber and Ernie Mills. The tight end, this is the feature man, Kirkpatrick. Up front, the offensive line, Cal Dixon is at center. The guards, Hesman Ismail and Chris Bromley. And the tackles, Mark White and Tony Roel. Running play will go for absolutely nothing. Welcome to the ball game, Marvin Jones, and we'll call his name a lot tonight. He's only a freshman. This is the way they line it up. James Chaney is the nose guard. James is only a junior. Henry Ostazuski and Troy Sanders are the defensive tackles. The backers on the inside, it's Marvin Jones and Kirk Carruthers. On the outside, Anthony Moss and Howard Dinkins, who recovered the fumble a moment ago. McCorby and Buckley are the corners. And the safeties, Bill Reagans and Leon Fowler. Whistles come down. Flags come down, I should say. There was still time left on the 25-second clock.
There's a dead ball foul. False start on Florida. 5 yards, still second down.
Well, get it out of your system. They've just about run the gamut already.
Well,
they've done about everything wrong you can do.
Well, they better hurry up and get it out of
right.
their system because they don't have many chances. They keep doing this. It's going to get backed up in fourth field position, and they're going to have some problems. So let's get it going.
Matthews cocks and throws, and that one is underthrown. He had Terrence Barber open, but Errol McCorby, closest man to it, was just underthrown. It's going to be third down.
That's when you do everything right. Nice fake, nice route, good timing. You just don't throw it well, and you just get an incomplete pass. But it's a play that they feel confident in. You're going to see it a lot. It's a timing pass to the outside, and Shane Matthews, I mean, we saw him against Auburn just put on a show and just do some great things on the football field. But he has his timing right. He can throw.
Over the middle, has it complete. Out to the 31-yard line. Number 14, Ernie Mills, the senior from Dunellen, Florida. And it's good for 16, and that is the initial first down of the night for the Florida Gators.
Florida State goes to their nickel right here. They bring in an extra back, but they keep Marvin Jones, the freshman, on the field. He's locked up on the backs. He senses that time to get in there and play. Doesn't take the cheap shot, but he lets Shane Matthews know he's on the football field.
Running play with Eric Rett. He's going to take about across the 35. Todd McIntosh, a freshman from Richardson, Texas, up in the Dallas area, is there to make the hit, and it is out to the 36.
Well, Willie McClendon got the start, but actually Eric Rett, the redshirt freshman, is the leading ball carrier on this team. He's averaging 5.9 yards, but this time he runs into the wall, but he keeps those legs moving. That's the great backs do. Fall forward.
Baker with an audible. You can see Kirkpatrick come up out of the stance hollering, "What did you say?" As Rhett gets the ball, quick pursuit, flag comes down, and that might be a face mask as he went by because there was no blocking that you could see in the area. Chaney finally stopped him.
Florida.
Yeah, there was.
I think Kirkpatrick held on the outside to turn the corner that time on the toss. Let's see if we can get a shot of Kirkpatrick on this. He's manned up right side. It's a tough block for him. Outside technique. He has to block Anthony Moss, and you can see him give him a little grab, and that gets him outside, and a good call on the play. Kirkpatrick is the leading receiver on this football team, but they asked him to block. Got 47 catches on the season, and we'll see him featured. They must stop him tonight.
If this were basketball, I would be saying, "Mr. Official, let them play." If that's a hold, come on. 10 minutes, 48 seconds left of the opening quarter. Florida State 10 and Florida nothing. Short drop, and he has it complete to Kirkpatrick, who will be knocked out of bounds at the 36. Well, it's going to be about third down and 5. Kirk Carruthers was there defensively.
Ron, what Steve Spurrier does so well to his passing game is spread the ball around. He uses the tight ends. This time it's a hot read. Two guys come, he just breaks it to the outside. Matthews and Kirkpatrick on the same page. They pick up positive yards. If you can show the other team that the blitz is not going to bother you, you can take them out of the blitzing game early.
Kelvin Randolph checks into the lineup for the Florida Gators at fullback. Matthews looks up and sees all of those Seminoles close to the line of scrimmage. 25-second clock is down to 2. Gets it off. Pass is caught by Mills. In Florida, nope, now they're going to say he caught it out of bounds. Well, wait a minute. One signaled incomplete, and the other gentleman has marked it.
The other guy's got seniority. Terrell Buckley, who was beat on that play. It was a man-man coverage. Matthews checked off, but Buckley did a nice job of hanging in there. This ball had to be thrown perfectly, and Matthews does have great touch. Throws it right in his face. Let's see if he gets a foot in. Yes, he got both feet in. You know, that's the type of pass. You only have a couple yards to throw it in there, and he did it.
Draw play with Rhett. He'll have a couple around the 46. Corey and Freeman there defensively.
Florida State is really mixing up their fronts. They're playing a lot of people. They're giving a lot of different looks. And the key to a passing game is protection. If you can confuse them and keep them off balance a little bit, Florida State does not have a great rushing front four, so they need to keep them off balance with their rush passes.
First time that the Gators have been across midfield this evening. Pumped it once, going to go long, looking for Mills, and that's incomplete. 26, Errol McCorvey had the cover on the play. He's a junior from Pensacola, Florida.
The front three, the defensive linemen in total for Florida State, only has 2.5 sacks for the season. So they're going to have to bring other people. And look at that Florida line provide the protection. Key change this year was when they brought Mark White into left tackle on this team. After they played Tennessee and Auburn, they made the switch, and it's been good for them.
Well, the other great switch that they made was Rowell. Rowell has moved in on the right side to tackle. He's only a junior from Melbourne. Third down. They need the 38. Over the middle, wide open is Rhett. And he rambles inside the 30-yard line. The Gators are now 3 of 3 on third down conversions.
Well, the signature for a Steve Spurrier offense is using his backs and his tight ends. And they check him through the middle of the formations. And there's Rhett. He's just a redshirt freshman, but he's the 6th leading receiver on the team, and he's the leading rusher. You have to do that in Spurrier's offense. You better be able to catch the ball. You're going to be playing defense.
This time the Gators will come in with 2 tight ends, Kirk Kirkpatrick and Greg Keller, after that 17-yard gain. And this is the 10th play of the drive. He'll step out of bounds at the 25, just inside, as Todd McIntosh and Carruthers were there. And he has a nice gain in the play. It's going to be about 7 yards.
One of the interesting changes so far is Florida State is going with Corey and Freeman, number 10. He was a cornerback last year, and now he's a rush man. He gained some weight, and he's putting the pressure from the left side of your screen. Kind of getting held. There's an even-up call on Kirkpatrick. He didn't get called last time, but he held Corey in that time, and Corey was very upset.
Kevin Randolph and Eric Rhett, the 2 backs for Florida. Rhett popped hard at the line of scrimmage. It's going to bring up a third down as Howard Dinkins, junior from Jacksonville, stepped up in a hold and just said, nope, this one's not going anywhere.
There you see Steve signaling in the plays. You know what's amazing when you watch Steve Spurrier is he doesn't use any cards or any game plans. He just calls it in his head. He's so familiar with the offense that he just lets it go and he reacts to the flow of the game.
The reason you're seeing this reaction from him is Tony Rowell, the right tackle, is injured. And of all the places that Florida cannot lose a body because they don't have any left, and that's in the offensive line. That's who's down, the starter at right tackle who we were just talking about.
Well, when we visited Steve early in the year, that was the big question mark about this football team. He was a little frustrated. You know, they're averaging 400 yards or 350 yards a game, and Steve says, you know, when you're used to having people gain 500 yards a game, 400 yards isn't very much fun. Made a couple switches, fine-tuned the passing game, and the offensive line has played better since the middle of the season.
Well, let's see if we can pick out exactly what happened on this play, Gary.
Number 56 at the bottom of your screen right there is just going to run into the pile, and that's usually how the injuries happen. See, he grabbed his left hand. I don't know if it was a thigh, but it's probably when you run into the pile like that, kind of a hyperextension or a side extension of the knee. That's not good news when they carry him off like that.
Tony Rowell, a junior out of Melbourne. Now you can see him get wedged or sandwiched in between the 2 players.
Well, the logical replacement is Glenn Neely, and that's the person they made the change, who was the left tackle earlier in the year, who had such trouble against LSU and Tennessee, against Boutte and Chucky White. They're fine defensive ends. But, so, you know, Neely is a senior. He's a captain of this football team. He's going to have to come through for him tonight.
Senior from Olive Branch, Mississippi, 6'4", 287 pounds. Wears number 70. There he is. Oh, did he have him open, and because of the pressure, Shane had to unload it too quickly. Dinkins and Carruthers were coming on, but Kirkpatrick was definitely open.
You talk about a hurry, that sometimes the hurry from the front rush is better than anything. Dinkins just gives him a forehand at the bottom of your string, number 84, and the man is wide open. When you have to rush that much, you probably don't have any sight, and you're just letting it go.
Krzyzewski will attempt the field goal. He is 14 of 18 this year, and this will be a 41-yard attempt. He's got it. Arden Krzyzewski now 15 of 19, and Florida gets on the scoreboard. It's a 10-3 ball game. Seminoles.
Seems to me a new car warranty should cover the entire car for many miles. Now take Ford Taurus. Its basic warranty ends at just 12,000 miles. But the basic warranty on the new Cutlass Supreme goes a bit farther.
Like from New York to L.A., back to New York to L.A., to New York to L.A., to New York to L.A., New York to L.A., to New York to L.A., to New York, plus a trip to Anchorage, Alaska.
Cutlass Supreme with its bumper-to-bumper plus warranty. Here's one car that does it all and does it right. Hey, Dad.
This is the new generation of old.
Getting through college can be a pretty tough climb. To succeed, you need money, and you need the right abilities. You can find them both in the Army. If you qualify, you could earn more than $25,000 with the Montgomery GI Bill and the Army College Fund. And you could develop the confidence, judgment, and self-discipline it takes to make it to the top, in college and beyond.
Call 1-800-I-GO-HOJO.
.35 left in the opening quarter. Florida State 10-3, and this is what the scoring drive looked like. 12 plays, 57 yards. Arden Krzyzewski knocks it through from 41. His longest this year is 46. Ryan Ruland to kick it off. At the 11-yard line, Terrell. Oh, does he take a shot from the backside at the 31-yard line. Monty Groh is the guy that got him. Don't forget, tomorrow evening, right here on ESPN, our game, well, starting off first of all at noon Eastern time. It's NFL Game Day. And followed up after tomorrow afternoon's action, NFL Prime Time with Mr. Berman and company. And then Mike Patrick and Joe Theismann will be at this action. Green Bay at Minnesota. It's 8 o'clock Eastern time. All of that on your Total Sports Network, ESPN, tomorrow. Paul Moore comes into the ball game, replacing Edgar Bennett at fullback. Reverse, Dawson right there at home, and he gets by Murray, and now he's going to pay for it as he'll be stopped short of the 35. And let's go down to Kevin Kiley for this update.
Thank you, Ron. Bad news for Florida fans. Offensive tackle Tony Rowell sprained knee ligaments. He will not be back in the game. They're going to take him inside, try and get an x-ray. Back upstairs.
Okay, thanks, Kev. That is indeed bad news. And as we mentioned, with Rowell going down, Florida really doesn't have a lot more bodies left as far as offensive linemen.
And right guard Chris Bromley's coming off arthroscopic surgery just 2 weeks ago, and he's playing a little tentative tonight anyway.
Yeah, they thought he was only going to go about 20 or 25 plays, didn't they?
Yes.
Good play action by Weldon. The pass incomplete. Well, he missed that one pretty bad at the 45-yard line. Spencer had the cover.
Casey Weldon does such a nice job of faking right here, but it took him a little bit too long. He sold it. Watch him. Put it in his stomach, look back. That's the key part. But Mark Murray, number 54, comes into your picture right here and hurries the throw, and he just didn't have time to wait for Shannon Baker on the sideline.
Casey's 1 of 3. That efficiency is not good, but he has 76 yards. So
touchdown.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Pass over the middle. It is complete to his running back Moore. Ball is loose. Jerry Odom there to make the tackle, and that is very close to the Florida State first down.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I know he's a gambler and everything, but do you think he'd go for it on backed up like this on his own 42-yard line if this one doesn't go? Look, he's got both tight ends in.
Well, Casey Weldon thought it was going to be a first down, and they're short. Bobby might be thinking this is the perfect place for a Ruski.
Hey, inside the stadium is a perfect place for the Ruski for Bobby Bowden. I'll tell you, he gives a message to his kids, though, that he believes in them. There's never any doubt. I mean, he just goes for it. Let's go. We've got a good football team. Let's make it.
Crowd's going to let you know what happens. You read it.
Well, we saw him practice that play, and that is an illegal shift if they draw you off.
It sure is.
B. Bartley thought the play was on.
Red ball foul. Offside on Florida.
Oh,
5
my.
yards, first down.
Oh, my. Jim Bates is livid, and I don't blame him.
You bet. The offense cannot make a move to draw the defense off. A shift has to be a normal shift. Actually, that didn't look too on normal there. Fee Bartley has to keep his eye on the football also, but you could tell the intent was to draw the defense off with the shift there, and Jim Bates was upset.
Marvin Farrell did not shift with everybody else. He was late, and that's when he got bumped. So the 5 yards and first down Seminoles. Pass in the flat from Weldon. Jerry Odom will make the tackle and push Ampli out of bounds right in front of that Florida bench. Got to be a gain of close to 5 of the play. 10-3 our score if you have just turned us on. 6.5 minutes left in this opening quarter. Bobby Bowden's football team opened up on the second play of the ball game with a 76-yard touchdown pass from Weldon to Lawrence Dawsey, his senior from Dothan, Alabama. Ampli cuts it to the outside. Hang on. Inside the 35, and it's Will White who comes up to make the stop, but it's good for 14 yards.
Sophomore tailback Ampli is not overly fast. He's about a 4.7 40, but what he does so well is run with his eyes open, and it's like he changes lanes. Watch. No wasted motion. Run, run, run. Cut back nice and smooth. He's just like a race driver. He's just going to run and change lanes. All real fluid motions. Very good runner.
3 carries for 19 yards for him so far. Flag comes down. You can see that Casey was a little bit slow on coming out from under center with that connection, and possibly a late snap from Robbie Baker. It looks like it might cost the Seminoles 5 yards.
There's a dead ball. False start. Florida State, 5 yards, still first down.
Jim Bates is probably on the far sideline saying, yeah, where was that about 4 plays ago?
Well, we were at practice, and we saw him practice that play the day before. And at that time, I was even questioning a little bit if they could get away with it. And, hey, you might as well try it. Worst you're going to get is a 5-yard penalty and punt the ball.
And what we saw in practice was everyone sprinting on the shift at one time. But that time, Farrell came out late. Little draw play. Paul Moore. And he will be down at the 35. It's going to be a second down, and let's call it 12 for the Seminoles. Tim Paulk down at the bottom of the pile.
The offensive line, Stevenson, Haynes, Baker, Morris, and Mancini have to come through tonight. This is a tough front four they're facing with Culpepper and Richardson and Murray, and they have to just hold their own. You know, it's the old saying when you throw the ball, guys, get run over slow. You know, just don't fan anybody, and we'll be all right.
Good look at Robbie Baker, number 51, a sophomore from Fort Myers. Kind of smallish for a center in this day and age, 6'3", 240. Screen pass, incomplete.
Oh, did they have a big play on that one?
Godfrey Miles goes sprinting back upfield. He was pressuring the quarterback because the Gators have a player injured on defense now.
This is a screen to the tailback. They've got the blitz on. You see the guys coming across the front of the screen right there, and Amp Lee has his hands on it, and he's about to the 20-yard line before anybody shows up in the picture if he catches the ball right there.
Steve Spurrier's ball club hit with a shockwave here to open things tonight, but they have crawled back into it. They're only down by 7, 10-3. We have 4:37 left in this opening quarter. But it does something to your system when you give up a 76-yarder in the second play of the game. Then you fumble on your first offensive play, and now you got your second injury to a key personnel on 2 series.
And you're on the road, and you know this is not the greatest place to play, and Timmy Polk is one of the key players in this defense. He's the second leading tackler, and just about their middle linebacker if you really wanted to put a label on him in this defense. It was an all-out blitz, and Casey Weldon felt it. Top of your screen, number 99. He tries to jump it, and he comes down. Let's see. Oh, he gets it right with the helmet. The guy wasn't even blocking him. He runs right into it after he jumps and puts the effort on the rush.
So 4:37 left in the opening period. It's the Seminoles by 7. You know, it seems like every time we have done the
Furbays opens the door for your lighting needs. The prime reasons for having good lighting outside your home are safety and security. Well-lighted walks, driveways, porches, and patios ensure your safety. Lighting at your entrances welcomes guests as well as unidentified visitors. From post lanterns and wall lanterns, garden lighting, and energy-saving low-voltage sets, Furbays always opens the door for your lighting needs. Located at 2255 Stumbo Road, south of Richland Mall.
Think of what your holidays can be at West Park Shopping Center. Gingerbread days and candlelight nights. Curling up to a good book or just catching up with old friends. Laughing, playing, eating, and shopping. There's something for everyone on your holiday shopping list, from stocking stuffer ideas to the formal and the fashionable. It's a time of reflection or a time of expression. Celebrate this season of giving and receiving at West Park Shopping Center. Just think of what your holidays can be.
Florida State first down at the 17-yard line. A completed pass to Fryer. Weldon with a short drop going to the end zone looking for Fryer on the other side, and that is overthrown. Jimmy Spencer, one of the first men over there, along with Steve Bartley in a double cover.
When we talked to Bobby Bowden and Brad Scott, the offensive coordinator for Florida State, he said the key to making yards against the Florida defense is knowing who to block. When we watched Florida in the past, Steve Bartley and Godfrey Miles were just coming in on touch to hit the quarterback. It's a little bit of a different defense, and you have to allocate who's on who. At least try to put a hat on everybody.
Second down, the line to make just inside the 8. Weldon puts it on his hip. Steve Bartley stays at home, but the pass is thrown complete to Bennett. It's going to be first and goal, Seminoles.
Casey Weldon has such great feet. A little bit of a naked boot right here. Throws with a little jump pass a la Joe Montana. And Bennett comes from the backfield behind the line of scrimmage to catch the little naked boot. There it is. Casey Weldon, who was beaten out in spring football last year. Bobby said he wanted to give him the job, but Brad Johnson outplayed him, and then he just played too well this fall, and he had to get him in the football game.
I wonder if Bobby's not asking right there. Well, we'll talk about it in a second, as the play was a little bit slow in getting in.
Be careful.
25-second clock is down to 1. They get it off. And hit and knocked down behind the line of scrimmage is Amp Lee. That's Speed Barkley.
That's one of those plays where you rush. You better bet better just to take the timeout, line up. You know, touchdown is you got to get your chances when you're down there that close. Casey made a little bit of a mistake here. No one was really ready. The line wasn't ready, and then look at the outcome of the play.
Well, you can see Huey Richardson, number 90, saying, I can't make the tackle, but I'm going to take this guard out of the play. Maybe out of the game, but he just uprooted it.
That's what Huey does so well. He penetrates, and you just knock those up, pulling people down, the linemen.
Second down and goal. Weldon hit as soon as he throws the ball, and it's great pressure from Jerry Odom, number 57, and he was right there in his face before the ball was delivered. Going to be third down.
Well, we've seen both quarterbacks have to do that so far tonight. You've got a guy wide open, but you just don't have time to throw it.
So let's see what the Seminoles come up with. Third down, goal to go at the 8-yard line.
Florida has been blitzing down here. What about a little quarterback draw? What if they got it in the game plan? Casey really
well, he tried to run that boot that time, and they were right at home, and the Seminoles want to talk about it. They have just called a timeout. 2:43 left to play in this opening quarter. Florida State 10 and Florida 3. Well, coming up here on ESPN or Bowl Week, Liberty Bowl on the 27th of December. That's an 8 o'clock Eastern time kickoff. Then the All-American Bowl, December the 28th. That is a 7:30 start. Looks like NC State will be going up against Southern Mississippi in that one. The SeaWorld Holiday Bowl on December the 29th, 7:30 start Eastern time. Texas A&M and BYU at their Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. And at the Mazda Gator Bowl on January the 1st, Gary and I will be there as well as the All-American Bowl. And it looks like we're going to be seeing Ole Miss against Michigan for the Big Ten.
We might have to sit on opposite sides for that game. The Ole Miss is where you're from, and Michigan is where I grew up. And that's going to be a fun game. I'm looking forward to doing that football game.
And just guessing, I don't think they have ever played. I would doubt it.
I don't recall it, but, you know, I think it's going to, you know, Ole Miss had a great year, and I'm glad they got the bid there to the Gator Bowl. They deserved it.
10-3 our score. The situation. Time is back in at Florida State. Setting up camp at the Florida 8-yard line. Weldon out of the backfield. And Lee is, they're going to call it a touchdown.
The referee got knocked down almost behind our camera on the sideline, and he came crawling out to signal the touchdown on the play. It was man-to-man coverage. Casey Weldon wanted to go to Dawsey, but he was covered, so he went out to the flat, put it out there, and Amp Lee has enough to get to the end zone and just knock the pylon down. That's a touchdown. Got the ball right across the line.
Extra point is good, but let's hold on for a second. The flag is down in the end zone.
Illegal participation on Florida.
Well, it's 17-3, and Casey Weldon has his second touchdown pass of the game. This one isn't as electrifying as the first, but they all count the same. Just a little dump out to the sideline to Amp Lee, and Amp just surrounds the defense and goes for the corner of the end zone like he's taught. There you see Casey, his eyes are left. He's ready for the hot receiver first. He's looking for Dawsey, and then he comes and throws the nice one to the sideline. And he has it all the way, gets pushed a little bit, and just gets the left arm around the pylon. Amp Lee right here. Bartley and White are chasing him. Fade in the background, and just gets the corner.
Weldon 6 of 11 for 127 yards and 2 touchdowns. He has used 5 different receivers. Well, in the Division 1A, Bobby Bowden very soon to move into some, well, the company's already great with Jess Neely, the former great one at Rice, Joe Paterno with 229 wins, and of course Bear Bryant with 323. Bobby got number 200 this year.
As you questioned before, let's see if they kick this in the end zone or try to give it some kind of a pooch so they don't just put him on the 20-yard line.
Up, they're going to kick it away. Completely out of the back of the end zone since he was kicking off from the 50-yard line after that 15-yard penalty for illegal participation. Scoring drive, 13 plays, 68 yards, just under 6 minutes, and Amp Lee on the 8-yard pass from Weldon.
I think the keys to the drive, Ron, of course, Casey Weldon is able to escape enough to get the ball off and make some things happen, but they've been blocking people. You know, nobody's been coming free, and we've watched Florida before. That's been the story of the game.
Draw play with Eric Redd. He'll have the first down as he brings it out across the 30 to the 31. John Davis, a sophomore from Pahokee, Florida, comes up to make the tackle. 17-3, Florida State on top. We are still in the first quarter with 2:27 left.
You know, until you said that, I had to look to see if you were right. It's just been a track meet so far. Great fun to watch.
Shane in the 5-step drop has it complete. Trey Everett. They're going to spot him down across the 38-yard line. Tommy Henry there defensively as Florida State has their, for the most part, their second-team secondary in.
Well, they're playing a lot of people, trying to keep them fresh. Let's look at Shane Matthews with the drop here. Steve Spurrier stresses the fundamentals. One is the drop. Get your weight forward and get the ball up prepared to throw. Turn your back to the ball, to the target, and follow through. You know, all the time you can't follow through, but that's the fundamentals. And I've never seen a coach stress fundamentals in throwing the ball as well as Steve Spurrier.
Yeah, that's for sure. Draw play, Redd again, stumbling forward, and he will have an extra 5 with that effort. Marvin Jones makes the stop, but it's another Gator first down. 5 carries for 26 yards now for Redd. Leading ball carrier for this Gator football team at 788 yards. Over the middle, Kirkpatrick inside the 40, and he's out of bounds at the 37. John Davis trying to hold on to him, but it's good for 17.
Well, let's check in on Neely. He came in, remember, for Rowell here. He's going to be up against Osniewski, and he pushes him to the outside, does a good job. And this allows the pass, the timing route. Look when that ball is thrown to the tight end, and what a nice touch and throw to the tight end, Kirkpatrick.
2 catches for him now for 27 yards. Pressure coming up the middle is Rett, and Suzuki is right there to hit him. Big Henry steps up into the hole. The junior from Boynton Beach, Florida.
Florida State's game plan, Mickey Stewart, the defensive coordinator for Florida State, told us the other day, was to mix it up a little bit. Mickey Andrews, I'm sorry, to mix it up a little bit and keep the Florida offense a little bit off balance the whole game. And he's been doing it so far. They just haven't been able to stop him.
On second and long, Matthews over the middle, and Terrence Barber incomplete at the 9-yard line.
Well, Shane Matthews is just, he's just in such a flow. He reads the coverage, You see number 74, Ostaczewski, come in. He goes out of your picture a little bit. Nice job by the rest of the line, but he had a guy in his face when he throws this ball, and he just does such a nice job of putting the touch on this. That was a catchable pass. He knew he had man-to-man, and he laid it up where just his receiver could catch the ball.
Third down, Matthews' delivery is caught by Mills. Breaks the tackle. They're going to say he stepped out of bounds at the 17-yard line. McCorvey barely pushed him out of bounds.
Well, McCorvey had man-to-man. Florida State brought 6 rushers that time to try to put some more pressure on Shane Matthews. There you see it. He goes down about 12 or 13 yards, breaks very square to the sideline. Ball with timing is there. Let's see if he steps out one time. And there's Steve. He knows he has one-on-one. Little jump coaching there. And yes.
7 of 11 for his sophomore quarterback, Shane Matthews, for 107 yards. Rep inside the 10-yard line. He'll be short of the first down. Carruthers nailed him.
Florida offense, Rod, is just so well schooled. I mean, they read man-to-man or zone so quickly. They know what they're doing. They know what they want in each circumstance, and they just have an idea how to throw the ball no matter what they see.
That is the end of the first quarter, so they got time to talk about it, but they need 7 badly. Florida State by 14.
Thought about dynamite?
Buying a new car is a big step. With many car makers, the minute you drive it out the door, you may feel like you're on your own. But at Oldsmobile, you're covered by the Oldsmobile Edge, the most comprehensive owner satisfaction program in the industry. Standard on every new Oldsmobile. We're with you every step of the way.
It's the new generation of old.
Call 1-800-IGO-HOJO.
Turn back the clock to when the world was a gentler place, and you'll find yourself in Philadelphia at Strawbridge & Clothier, a department store founded in 1868 by 2 gentlemen who believed in the unique principle that you never say no to a customer. So if you go, expect to be pampered, and bring your Visa card. Because at Strawbridge & Clothier, they still don't take their customers for granted, and they don't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
Dick, it's Charlie. I can't read this order. Was it cups or caps? Get back to me. Dick, Vinny says caps, Ralph says cups. Give me a call. Dick, we flipped a coin. I'm sending him cups, okay? Dick, I was thinking...
Answering machines have always done a great job of taking messages. Unfortunately, we've yet to find one capable of answering them. Panasonic cellular phones, because sometimes the best answering machine is a person.
Dick, we got 500 guys drinking out of their caps. I would like to hear from you.
Ron Franklin, Gary Danielson, and Kevin Kiley. Last regular season game here on ESPN on a Saturday evening in prime time. And Steve Spurrier's ball club, a chance to win 10 football games, but they need to put it in the end zone right here. They're down by 14 as we open the second quarter. Reagans is all over him. Flag comes down back at the 23. Loss of 13, and now let's see if he grabbed his face mask, Gary, when he tackled him.
That's a tough break if it happened, because he had him easy there. That was a pure sack. They brought everybody that time. The strong safety, the backside corner, the all-out blitz.
Face mask, Florida State.
Bill Reagan's number 15 is going to get Shane Matthews on a slight rollout to the right side. Reagan's, the strong safety, is the second leading sack.
Yeah,
it's got him with the face mask, no doubt about it. But he's second on the team in sacks with 4. That was his 5th right there.
Well, the interesting thing here is he dragged him down with the face mask, which should be the major, but he only penalized him as 5 yards, which is incidental.
I don't know what the call was. He sure did yank him down.
Yeah.
And,
supposedly, when you use the face mask to make the tackle, it's the major. Second down and 12. You can see the blitz coming from the outside. Wide open is Mills for the touchdown. Offensive holding has just been called against Florida.
Well, that's as pretty as it gets. I'll tell you, and Steve Spurrier's upset because on a touchdown earlier, there was a questionable holding on that play, and this time they come back and get the one. There was, you know, Ron, it's hard to tell the average fan, but when you know how to throw the football, you beg people to blitz like this. It was an obvious blitz all the way. Shane read it, audible.
Dead ball, delay of game, Florida, still second down.
It was called, the call was delay of game. Matthews just took a little bit too long to read it and get the ball snapped, but they just read the blitz so nicely, and Mills just puts the move on, and he's 10 yards in the open on the play.
The first signal we got was holding. Now they're saying delay of game. Matthews falls down. It will be third down, and the new line of scrimmage is the 30, and they've got to go all the way inside the Florida State 7.
Florida State has been coming with at least 4, most of the time 5 people, and a lot of times 6 and 7 people to put some pressure on Shane Matthews. Their front 3 have not been able to do it. This time he gets stepped on this by the center, Cal Dixon. That's a lot of time when that pressure up the front. James Chaney, number 96, put just enough pressure on, and Dixon steps on Matthews in the drop.
Flag goes down. Pass is tipped and intercepted. John Weiss. The flag at the line of scrimmage is going to be for Florida not having enough men at the line of scrimmage.
Illegal procedure on Florida. Declined.
Kirkpatrick is going to be matched against number 44, John Weiss, right here. He puts one move on, but Matthews just tries to get rid of this ball under pressure. He underthrows it, and Weiss tips it once, bobbles it a couple times, and ends up with it. They just keep coming with the blitz, and they just have to keep putting pressure on Matthews. That's what's causing all the problems. Florida State is mixing up their coverages, and they're also mixing up the different types of people. They've played 8 different defensive backs so far in this football game. And here we go.
That's White's a great example of a player staying with it, because as Gary said, it was tipped, and then a third time, but he came back with it. Ampli hit with a good tackle at the 9-yard line by Jerry Odom. He's going to have a couple on the play. 13 minutes and 8 seconds left until halftime, and Florida needed some kind of points out of that drive. No doubt about it.
He just took it out of my mouth that time. I mean, that was a disastrous series for Shane. He got the big penalty on the delay of game when he knew he had a touchdown. He was just looking at it, and he was just couldn't wait to call the play, and he just didn't keep in mind that time clock. You always have to look at that when you're calling audibles.
Blitz coming up the middle from Florida. The pass complete to Dawsey. Crosses the 20 to the 23, and Richard Fain is there. And here comes the flag in.
Another face mask. This time,
face mask. Florida.
Well, Richard Fain, the senior all-SEC corner, who has 10 career interceptions, is matched up against an All-American in Dawsey. Weldon just gets rid of the ball in and out of his hands, one-on-one right here, puts a couple moves, and he's faked out just enough where he has to reach and grab anything he can hold on to. Problem was, it was the face mask. Yeah. There's one. It's a good throw by the referee. Just throws it and gets it right in the face.
Means one thing. He really was not aiming at him.
It's two face masks on one play.
Straight up the middle with Edgar Bennett, and he breaks it out almost to the 35-yard line. Mike Brandon, the junior from Perry, Florida, is there to make the stop. What Bobby Bowden would love to see is a drive now that just consumes about 7 more minutes and puts 7 up on the scoreboard. (17-3), Florida State on top. Weldon, pass incomplete, and let's go to Tim Brando for this update.
All right, Ron, thank you very much. Again, for those of you that are just getting in tonight, Ty Detmer of Brigham Young is the Heisman Trophy winner. The surprising aspect of his victory over Raghib Ismail is the number of points by which he beat Ismail, over 300 points. Now, we talked to Ty Detmer, and you'll hear that conversation coming up at halftime as he prepares his club for Hawaii coming up later tonight. By the way, Ron and Gary, we did some checking. Mississippi has never played Michigan. That will be a first that you guys will witness on New Year's Day in the Gator Bowl.
Well, I thought that probably was the case. Fake it to Dawsey on the reverse, going long for Shannon Baker, and he's out there. That's lonely. If you're 5 yards behind and the ball goes right through your number and onto the ground, that's lonely.
We saw them practice this play about 5 times in practice on Friday. They hit all 5 of them right on the mark. This time, they faked the reverse. Remember, they've run this play early in the game, so they've set it up. Fake it to Dawsey, the All-American, and watch Casey Weldon put this right on the money. And back there, coverage this time is number 44, Fee Bartley.
Fair catch is called for by Terrence Barber. 44 yards and a kick. And let's take a break. 11:20 left until halftime.
What do you call a car that has learned to use the wind? A car designed to settle in when you race into it head on and stabilize when it buffets you from the side. Road and Track called it one of the 10 best cars in the world. But it is probably better known as the Infiniti Q45.
There is a better battery. The Napa Legend, the better battery.
The product. The proving grounds. The results. STP gas treatment is the edge.
By 10:30 a.m. any business day, one company will guarantee delivery of your overnight air packages to more people, places, and businesses than anyone else in the industry. UPS introduces 10:30 a.m. guaranteed overnight air delivery. 62,000 trucks. No waiting.
ESPN's College Football Saturday, Florida at Florida State, is brought to you by Infiniti. who invite you to test drive their full line of luxury automobiles. And by UPS, now offering 10:30 a.m. guaranteed overnight air delivery. No, the fall moon. Full fall moon. And right now, Florida needs to take advantage of some wild things because they're down by 14 points. Matthews hums it complete to Barber. Pushed out of bounds. He'll have the first down +5 as McCorvey is out there defensively.
We never got a chance to see the end of this play to show you how perfect a pass this was. Right on the mark. Shannon Baker lets it goes right through. Then he gets stepped on by Will White. I'll tell you, he feels so bad. You know, everybody always asks you, what do you say to those guys? They come back huddle. Really, you don't say much. You know how bad they feel, and you just pat them on the shoulder and say, we'll get them next time. You know, I'm not going to throw them all perfect, although that was about as good as I could throw it.
9 to 14, one interception for Matthews. Shane drills it complete. Oh, my goodness. Willie McClendon almost had his headgear taken off by Corian Freeman, the senior from Jacksonville. What is the storyline of this one so far with the Seminoles leading 17-3? Dossie, 76-yard touchdown pass play, second play of the game tonight. Florida with 2 turnovers. FSU scored in the first 3 possessions this evening, and Weldon 7 of 13, 140 yards and 2 touchdowns.
And the touchdown called back when he just didn't get the snap taken off right before the last interception. A big play in this game also.
White's in the blitz from the outside, and the running play, as you would think, would go well. And McClendon will take it up to around the 45. Freeman again makes the tackle.
Corian Freeman and Bryce Abbott make the stop for the Seminoles.
Well, Bobby runs his own offense, spends plenty of time watching film. He's in there studying every day, as does Steve Spurrier runs his offense. We got 2 guys, and their offense just fits their personality and mold. Florida State running and gambling, and Steve Spurrier's offense so patterned and disciplined.
Matthews will take it on the quarterback sneak, and let's go back to Kevin Kiley for an update. Kevin, what do you got?
Thank you, Ron. The injuries mounting for the Florida team defensively. Ephesians Bartley, number 44, strained muscle in the left shoulder. He has ice on it. He is expected to be back. Back to you, Ron.
Well, Fee is another one that they can really not afford to lose.
He heard it on Ant Lee's touchdown when he made the tackle. He fell on it, but he was in the last series playing deep safety, and that's who Shannon Baker beat on that play. He lines up anywhere. Very tough to find and account for.
Pitch comes to Eric Rett. Rett crosses midfield and is down at the 45 as Anthony Moss tripped him up. Weich was also there.
When you stop and think what Steve Spurrier has done at Florida in just 1 year, this is a team just a year ago in 1989 that was running 63% for their total offensive yards. This year they're passing for 63% of their total yards. What a changeover in just 1 year.
I know we had Florida a couple of times last year, and they didn't like to put that thing in the air too very much. Back to Matthews, going long, and it is incomplete. Mills was the man he wanted, and Weich knocked it away. John Weich had a pretty good ball game here in the last few minutes.
The game plan for Mickey Andrews is to play a lot of people, give them a lot of different fronts, and keep them a little bit off balance. And Weich has been in on the big plays. As you said, he's matched up a little bit man, and he comes off late this time. Shane thinks he has the easy throw, but it's just a tad underthrown, and Weich does a good job of keeping his hand on and eye on the ball.
Third down. They need a couple. Weich comes in the blitz, and he makes the tackle. Wow. Check and see if there's more than 144 out there. He's been everywhere. Brought him on the blitz from the corner. Rett did not have a chance. And it's 4th down if Florida has no alternative. They have to punt.
What's so nice here that John Weich does, number 44, about on the 40-yard line, is time the snap. And by the time he gets out there, no one can account for him. The guard turns up and never really sees him. He's in the backfield making the tackle.
Terrell Buckley, who also is from Pascagoula, former teammate of Shane Matthews, back to receive the punt. Makes it and falls down at the 11-yard line. It's good for 41 yards on the kick. Florida State 17-3.
When creating the new G20 midsize luxury sedan from Infiniti, these were just a few of the amenities we kept in mind. Seating surfaces that are fitted with leather, a cabin that heightens the level of comfort and stretches the limits of space. Of course, with 16 valves and 140 horsepower, that mind also has an alter ego.
Thirst for something different, something beyond the ordinary. For them, there is a beer that refreshes like no other. Michelob Dry. Once you've experienced its bold taste with no aftertaste, there's no going back.
If you want to land a good job, you have to know what most employers want. Like how to motivate yourself, how to lead others, how to perform under pressure. You can learn all these things in the Army. So no matter what career you choose, you'll really be ready to take off.
The U.S. Army Student Athlete of the Game is brought to you by the U.S. Army. Learn how to get an edge on life. Be all you can be. And tonight's honoree is Florida State's number 73, Reggie Dixon, the starting left tackle, a GPA of 3.1 in Management Information Systems. Reggie Dixon from Florida State, and our congratulations going to him and to the Seminoles. If you look at Fee Barkley, Fee injured the shoulder, as Kevin gave us the report. In fact, you could see the tape over the top of that shoulder pad where they put part of the ice compress. Undoubtedly, he is better. Maybe not necessarily okay.
He's got to wait till after the game to get hurt.
Pass is complete as a flag is down at the line of scrimmage. Matt Fryer.
When they come that fast, it's usually some type of lined up in the neutral zone or somebody didn't line up on the line and cover people.
Illegal procedure. Florida State.
Not enough people on the line of scrimmage. Casey Weldon, of course, came in that Auburn loss. It was a tough loss for Florida State. It's a game they really are kicking themselves about, especially Bobby Bowden when we talked to him about it. And we asked him kind of pointedly, you kick yourself about that fumble, Ruski? And he said, yeah, I do. You know, the way things have turned out, we could be in the real thick of the national championship pace. And, you know, that was the one he'd like to have back. But he found himself a quarterback in the game.
Also made the point that the bowl game might have cost him about $2 million. Draw play to Lee, and Mark Murray is right there to make the stop. That's going to be for no gain. It's going to be a second down and about 15 as the Seminoles need to take it out to the 22.
Isn't it funny, though, how he points out also that against Clemson on that fake punt, he made him $2 million, so he's even for the time.
He said, we have evened it out on the Rooskies. I made $2 million, and now I've lost $2 million.
He's really a delight to talk to, isn't he?
He'll give you an answer, won't he? Looks you right in the eye. 7:45 left until halftime, and his Seminoles up 17-3. Ampley tries to pop it to the outside, and he is close to the 15 as James Spear, a senior from Miami, came out to put the stopper on him. Just past the midway point of this second quarter.
Well, Florida was down there, and they could have made this a 7-point game, and now the defense has to hold. They need to give the Florida offense some field position right here so they can put one on the board before halftime.
Third down. Weldon. He's got Dawsey there, and it's incomplete as Fain at the last minute went up and got between him and the football.
Well, I tell you, Casey Weldon is so upset with himself because he looked off the safety so well. He had Dawsey open, and he underthrew the pass. Fane really didn't have a chance on the play, but it was underthrown just enough that he actually ran into the pass. Look at this. Dawsey has to slow down and nearly stop for the pass, and Fane does a nice job of getting his head turned around at the last second. He didn't know what was coming, but he had to do it.
McLaren to kick off the side of his foot at the 35 and comes out of bounds right in front of his head coach. And if you're going to kick one like that, that's the last thing you want. 23 yards in the kick. Bad enough to come over and look at him, but the ball just went past him.
Well, Florida has blocked 3 punts and 1 kick this year, and it had to be on his mind, but this is the old shank off the side of the foot. You want the perfect one, and he is upset with himself. That's 2 big plays right in a row. They miss an opportunity for a big pass, and now they have an opportunity to punt it and get him some field position, and now Florida has the ball to get some points on the board.
Matthews has it incomplete and almost intercepted. Howard Dinkins was down on the cover with Willie McClendon.
There you see how the quarterbacks have started out. They've both thrown 16 passes, and it's fairly even. Weldon had the big one at the beginning of the game, but the 2 touchdown passes is really what's happening right here, and the name of the story is put the ball in the end zone, and that's what Casey Weldon has done so far.
I'm anxious to see if Kirkpatrick goes back to the huddle and says, take a look at me, I was open on that last play. Shane's gonna run it at the 25, and he goes down at the 20-yard line. He'll have the first down plus about 6 or 7. 17 yards on the scramble.
Well, Shane has to figure out a way to get the team in the end zone, but he's got some great help from a great coach. This time, nobody's open. Shane likes to scramble to his right. He tries, but he can't do it. And he goes right up the middle. Everybody's playing man-to-man coverage, has their back turned, and he gets as much as he can and find the safe ground.
Kirk Carruthers, one of the inside linebackers, is shaken up in the play. As Steve Spurrier looks around and realizes with 6:27 left until halftime, got a world of time and a great opportunity after a 23-yard punt. Maybe he got a little reprieve here and he can change some of the momentum.
Well, I don't think there's any doubt. You know, the punt really was the key play right there. And of course, Casey's still sitting on the sideline kicking himself for the bad pass. But Florida has been able to move the ball. They've just been making mistakes when they get down there inside when they have an opportunity to score.
Well, for people who might have gone away for a time or joined us late, Florida did score again, but the clock had run out. And they were penalized 5 yards, and then they wound up throwing an interception. So they came away from that drive with no points. And here they are again, this time at the 21-yard line.
Take a look how Kirk Carruthers kicks is the little blind side right here. To the right side of your screen, he's chasing him, number 45. No way, you can't watch the ball carrier and the crackback block, and he catches it. Of course, Kirk does a lot of talking. He's a high potential All-American, but he's got a number that everybody's trying to put out tonight.
Over the middle has Barber inside the 5-yard line. 1st and goal, Gators.
Well, they spread all 3 receivers to the far side, but Kirkpatrick, he just pushes so much coverage to his side of the field. Shane Matthews looks over there and then comes back to Barber and throws it in a place where it's low and just Barber can catch the ball. Very good execution.
3 catches for him for 46 yards now. Pitch comes to Rhett, breaks off a tackle, and he is down to the 1-yard line. Bryce Abbott, a sophomore from Tifton, Georgia, and Marvin Jones combined to bring him down.
Well, Rhett gets the quick pitch, but watch number 27 come into your picture, Terrell Buckley. He has an opportunity to make the tackle here in the backfield, but he ducks underneath him and keeps on pushing and working and almost gets down in there, almost inside the 1-yard line. Great run, but Buckley had a chance to get him in the backfield.
Straight ahead, touchdown.
Well, this is when you like to run the quarterback sneak. You get the back splitting and you just lunge forward. You get the linemen scoring. Get their belts into the end zone. Just charge and keep it going, and you can just jump over when you're 6'5". Get it in there for 7 points, and they needed those 7 points before halftime.
Arden Krzyzewski tries to make it 42 in a row for him, and he does. And our ball game now with 5:12 left until halftime. Florida State 17 and the Gators 10.
Fashion Christmas. Come home to Kingsgate Mall. Home for the simple pleasures of an exciting holiday collection, like Christmas decorations, crafts, and flowers, and holiday fashions for a favorite Christmas sweater. Enjoy a holiday season unparalleled in richness and warmth, where children's eyes light up to Yuletide delights, to stocking stuffers like dolls, cards, and chocolates. For holiday gifts and cheer, come home to Kingsgate Mall. Come home to an old-fashioned Christmas.
Attention North Central Ohio, due to our overwhelming success in both sales and service, Donnelly now has 2 great locations to better serve you. Donnelly Ford Lincoln Mercury, 1641 Claremont Avenue in Ashland, and Donnelly Ford, State Route 309 Galleon. Take advantage of our bigger selection and lower prices now.
Come in and test drive the Mercury Topaz, the car that makes you feel good inside.
Come to either location and find out why at Donnelly Ford, we say we want your business today.
Just when you thought you were on top of your game, you've got to raise it to a whole new level. Australian Open champion Yvonne Lendl, French Open champion Andres Gomez, Wimbledon champion Stefan Edberg, and U.S. Open champion Pete Sampras are just some of the world's greatest players vying for the biggest prize in tennis history. The first ever $6 million Grand Slam Cup. December 11th through the 16th, only on ESPN.
17-10 as the Gators cut into that 14-point lead. We have 5:12 left until halftime. We prepare for what will be a very colorful halftime. 2 great bands from Florida and Florida State. Here's Roland's kickoff. And it's going to come down to Baker at the 9. Stopped just short of the 30-yard line by 41, Ed Robinson. Scoring summary in the first quarter, Lawrence Dawsey, 76-yard pass from Weldon, 7-0. It was the Seminoles. Then Richie Andrews, 47-yard field goal, 10-0. And then Arden Krzyzewski put the Gators back on the board, 41-yard field goal, 10-3. But then Amp Lee, an 8-yard swing pass from Weldon, and it was a 14-point ball game. But just a moment ago, Matthews with the quarterback sneak. And 17-10. That's how we stand with just over 5 minutes until halftime. Now, Florida State scored the first 3 times they had their hands on the ball. They have punted the last 2. As Weldon, very cool, and he's going to run it to the 32-yard line, and it's Jerry Odom who comes up to make the tackle for Florida.
Casey Weldon on the keeper. Jerry Odom makes the stop.
He was trying to get the ball to the tight end. Reggie Johnson, number 80, on the play-action fake. He was covered enough, but both of the wide receivers, both Dawsey and Shannon Baker, didn't even turn around and look for the football. He had nobody to throw the ball to. And Shannon Baker's coming off. Maybe somebody else noticed that also.
4.5 minutes left until halftime as Florida State very deliberate on offense as they scrimmage from the Rome 33. Weldon, great protection, puts it up long, and it is tipped away. Dawsey's the man he wanted, and Richard Fain stayed there with him long enough to knock it down. And for a moment, it looked as though he might have mistimed that jump a little bit.
Well, again, both receivers went long. He tried to get the ball to the tight end, and then as an afterthought, he's trying to throw the ball 70 yards downfield. I mean, Fain's a good football player. He's not going to let this happen. It did look like he was a little off balance there. You're right. But Casey Weldon just has no one to throw. Only 3 people are walking out, and watch this. Huey Richardson says, well, welcome. Casey, wow. It was a lot more fun on a bench, wasn't it?
Third down. The line to make is the 39-yard line. See the stunt inside as Weldon steps up into the pocket, throws it complete. Edgar Bennett out to the 50-yard line. 17 yards.
Well, Edgar Bennett, the fullback, is the second leading receiver on this football team and the third leading rusher. He's a very valuable player. Casey Weldon, this is what he does that Brad Johnson couldn't do for him. Read the rush, step up inside, and have the threat to run, but he likes to throw on the run, and he hits Bennett, and they pick up the first down. Nice job. You know, they've got to run patterns. They've got to give him more than just one guy to throw to. He's got great vision. There you see him pointing out. That's going to tell him who the linebacker is.
Hampley gets to the outside. That'll be 10 yards and a gain of 11 as Del Spear makes the tackle. I'll tell you, when you there
a little bit of a draw play that time, but you know what? The Florida State wide receivers do such a nice job of blocking downfield. Number 81, Kevin Knox there, did a good job. Held off for a long time Del Spear and allowed the Ampli to run up there and get the first down. Nice job by the wideouts.
37 yards for Lee on 8 carries. Straight ahead with Bennett. He gets whacked, spins off the tackle. It's a great second effort as Godfrey Miles came up to make the tackle on him. All of the very impressive numbers for the Gator defense coming into the ballgame. 4th against the rush, 4th in the NCAA against the pass, 5th in the NCAA in total yards, and 6th in scoring, 12.6.
And Florida State has seen it. They haven't been too impressed. They've been moving the ball up and down. Look at this, 211 yards in the first half. This is a team that's been giving up 234 for the game, and they're doing it in a half right here.
Pass to Lee. First and goal at the 7.
Well, Ampli is not a speed merchant. He runs about a 4.640, and that's not burning speed. But he's so graceful in movement. He wastes no movement, and he catches the ball coming out of the backfield. This time he gets it, and watch him change lanes. Look at that. Boom, 1 time. Boom, 2 times. Nobody ever, if it was touch football, he'd be by these guys. Boom, 3 misses. What a great job running. Each time he gives the same move to the left and cuts back against the grain.
Godfrey Miles finally made the stop. Ampli, 6 carries for 37 yards, and now 3 receptions for a total of 37.
There's a dead ball foul, false start. Florida State, 5 yards, repeat first down.
Well, this is a big drive answering the touchdown from Florida right now. I mean, this is a proud Gator defense. We talked about it. You saw their stats. Florida State's just staring them in the eye and saying, listen, we're going to throw it, we're going to run it, we're going to draw it, we're going to move it around. And it's all keyed by Casey Weldon. You know, you can't trap him, you can't sack him. He gets out, and he just doesn't run when he scrambles. He finds somebody to throw to.
2:10 left until halftime. Draw play. Ampli will finally be stopped by Fain at the 5-yard line. Gary, because of his great vision, he almost scored again.
Well, he just wastes no movement. He just runs. Looks like he's a marathoner out there. He's just running and cruising, and he's under control when he runs all the time. Just another play. This was a play that should have gone maybe for 2 or 3 yards, and he picks up a very nice gain at that end of the line and zone against, a defense that's looking for him now. Another important thing is they're taking time off the clock. If Florida gets the ball, they're ready to score every time they line up.
8th play of the drive. Little boot action. Pass is incomplete. And now a flag comes down in the end zone.
Yeah, Will Wright grabbed him. He had no choice. He didn't know if it was going to be a good throw or not, and he tripped him from behind on the leg. Again, that little naked boot, everybody going to the left, and the tight end comes across.
Pass interference, Florida.
You'll see number 80 come across the picture on the bootleg pattern. Number 80 is Reggie Johnson. He's going to come from your right to the left, and Will White's got a man-to-man just outside of your picture. You can't see it, but he gets tripped. He grabs him by the leg, or he could have caught that pass. Actually, he had Edgar Bennett wide open also. He could have thrown to both of them coming out of the backfield right there. Both guys wide open for the touchdown.
Got to keep those tight ends happy.
He wanted the touchdown there, didn't he?
From the 2-yard line, it's a 1st and goal. Gordon, I penalized 7 times for 54 or 57 yards. Touchdown, Bennett.
Let's give some credit to this offensive line. I mean, this is tough 2 yards down here against a very good defense, but you're never going to just walk into the end zone, and Bennett just hits into somebody and bounces in the end zone for the touchdown. Nice drive, answering a touchdown.
Richie Andrews' extra point is good, and with 1:11 left until halftime, the Seminoles have pushed it back to a 14-point lead again. Coming up at a halftime, the USF&G halftime report. Timmy Brando and Lee Corso. Scores and highlights. Also a report on the Heisman. And we will take a look at the bowl matchups, which finally should be certain.
Well, here you see it from up top again. Everybody just going to pinch to the inside, and Bennett breaks to the outside. He runs through one tackle and bounces in. You know, you never know about these fullbacks at Florida State. A guy named Marion Butts was an unknown here and goes into the National Football League. He has a pretty good job of running the ball. This guy can catch the ball a little bit and has some power and just falls into the end zone for the touchdown.
"71 seconds left until halftime. Seminoles having scored 24 first-half points on a very good defense. Ball is fumbled by Duncan. John White, who's done it all as far as special teams and big plays tonight, got down and made the tackle. 8 plays, 71 yards. 4 minutes and 1 second. Edgar Bennett on the 2-yard run for the Seminoles. So Florida deep in the hole at the 5-yard line, and I'm sure what Steve would like to do would just go ahead and get down on a knee or whatever and get this into the locker room.
Yeah. That'd be the strategy, but I don't know about Steve. I tell you what, every chance for him is a chance to throw the ball, I think, when they get it.
Willa McClendon takes it out close to the 20-yard line. That's Kirk Carruthers, who is back in the ballgame, number 45, who makes the stop.
Well, Bennett got the touchdown on that drive, the 2-yard touchdown. It was a nice run, but let's give credit to Amp Lee on that drive. He just had a tremendous catching the ball and running the ball. He did it all.
Florida with no huddle.
That's what I mean. When you run offense like Steve does, it's just another opportunity.
Zips it complete over the middle. It's Mills out to the 35. Leon Fowler made the hit on him. It's good for 18 yards, and there's 36 ticks left.
The strategy here, I think, is to get it in position to try to field goal. You know, you'd love to be able to march it down there for a touchdown, but realistically, get it in range for the field goal.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget to join.
to celebrate. Corbel Champagne.
Sir, I want you to stand right here for me, okay? Go ahead and get your hands out of your pockets. Go ahead and stand face me. Put your heels and toes together. All the way together. All the way together. Okay, you see my pen right here in front of your eyes? Yes. I want you to follow my pen, okay? With your eyes only. Okay, sir. Go ahead and turn around. You have anything in a gun? No. Go ahead and turn around. Give me your hands to the back. Okay, you're under arrest for DWI, sir, okay? We're going to go downtown for intoxilizer test, okay?
Nature never ceases to amaze. Here in California, snacks grow on trees. We call them Blue Diamond almonds. And remarkably, they're as delicious as they are nutritious. Still more remarkable is the fact that each and every almond tree produces 52 cans of almonds every year. Exactly a can a week. So please, don't upset the delicate balance of nature. Eat a can a week. No more, no less.
First down, Florida at their own 35. Trailing by 14. They got 36 seconds left until halftime. Matthews gets out of bounds, pushed out by Carruthers at the 45. And the official who was spotting it got shoved out of bounds by Mark White, who was coming over to block.
I'll tell you, he was just about ready to unload it to Trey Everett, number 24, on a crossing route, but Trey fell down. So he had two guys clearing and Trey coming across. He just had to scramble. Nobody to go to.
USF&G halftime report. Tim Brando and Lee Corso at halftime. And they will talk about Mr. Detmer, this year's Heisman Trophy winner, and also scores and highlights of what else has gone on today. Matthews now 12 of 19, one interception, 162 yards. Gets that one out to Kirkpatrick, who steps out of bounds, and that'll be a Florida first down at midfield. And now 22 seconds left.
When I was in pro ball watching the college games, I'd always question, like, why are they running this play action pass when everybody knows they have to throw? Well, it's a staple of their offense, and they do it so well. I mean, they cross their backs check through, the tight end comes across. That is just like a drop back pass. Everybody knows it's a pass, and they just call the plays that they like to call. Very good offense.
Matthews is sacked. Todd McIntosh, number 94, only a freshman from Richardson, Texas, drops him for a 10-yard loss. And Florida will burn a timeout.
You see Steve signaling timeout. Shane Matthews knew it was a blitz right here. Everybody was coming. He has to let the ball go. Todd McIntosh comes in. They just missed an assignment inside. That's too quick. And Matthews had to take the sack.
Second quarterback sack of the evening. So Matthews will go over and talk with his head coach. Now tomorrow night, this is where Mr. Patrick and Theismann will be. Green Bay against Minnesota. That's at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Our Sunday night game here on ESPN.
Hey, what's turned on those Vikings, right? I mean, all of a sudden everybody's ready to write them off, and everybody's ready to say Herschel Walker can't play football again, and all of a sudden he finds it.
Steve Spurrier. His football team has given up 24 first half points. That has not happened all year. And in fact, you remember at halftime of that blowout, they only won on the ledger. They really got blown out up at Tennessee. We had a great ball game at halftime, but then a 91-yard kickoff return to open the second half, an interception, another touchdown by Tennessee, right, and the floodgates open.
Well, it was 7-3 at halftime of that football game.
Very good defensive struggle. But Florida State proves that every time they walk on the field, it doesn't matter who you are and what kind of credentials, they just work their offense. They don't do anything special. They just do it well.
Just do it every time. Repetition.
Matthews over the middle. Kirkpatrick can't get to that one. And now here comes a penalty, and it looks as though Carruthers is going to be called for pass interference.
You bet. He grabbed Kirkpatrick as he broke to the middle of the field. Actually saved a pretty big play right there because he was going to split him and really run the ball up to the 40 or 35-yard line.
Pass interference, Florida State.
I'll tell you what, Steve's upset here. This is really tough on the offense because he's got to get him up on the line of scrimmage. Come on. You don't have time to huddle up. Get up there and put some pressure on him.
Matthews sacked again. This time Carl Simpson, sophomore from Baxley, Georgia, came in to make the tackle, and Florida will call the timeout with 3 seconds left until halftime.
Well, the option now with 3 seconds to go is try to throw it into the end zone. You're only going to be able to run one more play here. Again, Matthews feels the pressure. Remember, this offensive line, they've lost Rowell. They've got Neely back in the game, and it's Neely gets flushed from one side, and he gets him forced up inside the pocket, and Simpson gets the sack. Watch Steve. He's upset. He knows this clears the clock. That's good motion by Steve, though. You know, the Heisman Trophy can still throw. The angle was a little low, but he still got the good arm.
3 sacks for Florida State in this first half as they're on top 14 points, 24-10.
This one's going to go into the end zone, I'll tell you. If they got anybody who can throw it that far, they ought to put him in.
The secondary looks like Mike Martin's defensive play in his outfield over at the baseball park. Tipped and incomplete. We see no markers down on the field, and with that they head to the locker room. It is halftime here in Tallahassee.
Key to this football game so far has been Casey Weldon in my mind. He's kept the Florida defense off balance. He's been able to rush up in the pocket, and he just doesn't scramble. He throws the ball.
Well, let's go down to the field. Here's Kevin Kiley. Kevin?
All right, thank you, Ron. Bobby, you beat up on a pretty good defense in that first half.
Well, I think our quarterback has generated a lot of plays. We've missed a touchdown pass that we have got to have big plays or we're not going to be able to beat them.
Well, tell me about that first one, 76 yards. Did you see something in the Florida defense going in you thought you could get Dawsey deep?
Well, we felt like they were going to put Fain on Dawsey, and he reads cuts pretty good and jumps them. So we put the fake and out, and it was very good.
All right, Bobby, thanks very much. Kevin. Good luck second half. All right, Ron, back to you.
Thanks, Kevin. Well, they say that Bobby Bowden probably watches as much video as any head coach in the land and comes up with little keys like that he's proven here tonight. It scored for him on the second play. 24-10. We're at halftime.
On the road, the Infiniti Q45 becomes a living, breathing thing. You feel it work the wind and seize the road. Feel the embrace of leather and luxury. The rarity of a 278 horsepower V8 engine that was born to run. And begin to understand why Road and Track has named it one of the 10 best cars in the world.
Call 1-800-IGO-HOJO.
Hello?
Hello, Jamie. How are you?
How you doing, buddy?
How'd you like the new music?
Great. Really great.
Well, where are the words?
How about checking your fax machine? You're gonna love it. It's a new favorite key.
Hey.
This feeling's just like magic, day by day.
Dex Facsimile, one of a wide range of business communication solutions from Fujitsu, the global computer and communications company.
ESPN's coverage of college football continues. Now with all the scores and highlights, Tim Brando and Lee Corso.
We welcome you to the USF&G Insurance Halftime Report. I am Tim Brando. The Heisman Trophy is finally over. And the race perhaps not as close as many would have thought. Ty Detmer of BYU comes away with a couple of interesting firsts. First back-to-back quarterbacks selected for the Heisman since Plunkett and Sullivan in 1970s and 71. And Ty Detmer also becomes the first ever quarterback from quarterback-laden BYU to ever win a Heisman Trophy. The announcement came earlier this evening from Peter Lambos, the president of the Downtown Athletic Club.
The winner of the 1990 Heisman Award, whose name is Ty Detmer. Ty Detmer of BYU. Ty Detmer.
And there you have it, Ty Detmer. You saw Glenn Tuckett, the athletic director, and Lavelle Edwards. They were joyous, and why not? Because he won it not only for himself, but for a school in the Mountain Time Zone. Finally, they come away with it. And you see the Heisman balloting, 1,482 points over Raghib Ismail. And those are the numbers that he won by. More impressive are the numbers and the consistency over the years. And this is prior, of course, to the Hawaii game, which will be kicking off in just a few short moments. 339 completions out of 517 attempts. He will eclipse the 5,000-yard mark tonight. His percentage, 65%, and the ratio of touchdowns to interceptions is also outstanding. But again, he won this by a surprisingly large margin. We're going to go out to Hawaii right now and talk with the Heisman Trophy winner. He is standing by along with his head football coach, Lavelle Edwards. Ty, first of all, are you surprised at the margin of victory? Because you did win by over 300 points this Heisman this year.
A little bit. You know, you hear all week long how close it's going to be and everything, and then it turns out, you know, you win by a little bit over 300 votes. And I really don't know how close or how far it is, but I've heard it's a little bit wider margin than most people thought.
Beneath that chin, I still see the scar from the Miami game here on ESPN earlier in the year. That really set you up, I think, for the Heisman, clearly made you the front runner, and then the numbers took over. As you look back on winning the Heisman Trophy in one singular effort, do you look back at that Miami win?
That kind of set the tone for it. You know, then people tended to look at the Oregon game and kind of took me out of it for a little bit, but I think we were consistent all year long. I don't think any one game won it for us. Just the whole team effort all year long was tremendous.
Lavelle Edwards is by your side. I want to talk with the coach right now. You know, one of the great things about Ty Detmer is his courage, and I thought this week he opened up and said he really did want to win the Heisman Trophy for you, Lavelle, and I think the reason he wanted to win it was not just because of himself, but because of the team. And he really felt that BYU deserved to have a Heisman Trophy winner.
Well, that's very typical of the way the young man that Ty is. He's a very unselfish, just a great performer, a great leader, and you know, the guy's done so much for us in such a short period of time. He has another year to be with us, and so we're really happy for him and for the whole team.
Ty, I know in the Holiday Bowl last year against Penn State in a losing effort, you threw for over 500 yards in that game. It helped set you up, I think, from a preseason standpoint as a great front runner. Now you get ready for the Holiday Bowl, but you also have a game to play tonight. The effects emotionally on you now as you prepare to take on a team that beat you 56-14 last year.
Well, I'll just go in and relax for a little bit and kind of let the adrenaline ease out, and you know, then get ready to go again tonight. And you know, we want to get back and beat Hawaii this year, and you know, we're playing for national championship still, and you know, we've got a lot of things going for us. Can't afford to lose any interest in it tonight.
Congratulations to you, Ty Detmer. For all of us at ESPN, you are deserving of the Heisman Trophy you had.
Thank you.
Ty Detmer. And that game, by the way, coming up against Hawaii, 12 a.m. Eastern time. He only needs the one touchdown pass, and he'll have them in 22 straight games. And the Rainbows, by the way, as we touched on, his team lost a year ago to them by a large margin. But let's talk about Ty Detmer. Yeah. Lee, you were all over it a couple of weeks ago, just as you picked where last year. He is definitely deserving of this. He needs to apologize to no one about schedule or anything else.
No question. Plus, he's a great team leader. You know, people think that BYU just runs on the field and wins the WAC championship every year. Consider this. 3 years prior to the fact that Ty started to start for them, they did not win the WAC. Since he's been there, they won the WAC twice in a row. The thing that impressed me the most about the Heisman again this year is for 3 years in a row, guys like Barry Sanders, Andre Ware, and now Ty Detmer have won it without national television.
You're absolutely right. That's good to see. By the way, coming up after the ball game tonight, Chris Fowler, along with Lee Corso, will host Junior Achievers, and it is a look at the race for this year's Heisman Trophy. All of that coming up tonight after the game. The USF&G Insurance Halftime Report continues. We'll clear up the bowl situation, look at Division I AA, 2 and 3 scores. Stay with us.
A little brains, a little luck, and a lot of late nights. A good family, a good spot, and some good advice. That's the way it's supposed to be. And USF&G standing behind me. That's the way it's supposed to be. And USF&G standing behind me.
I remember my first weekend away. I saved for half the summer, but hey, it was my money, and it still is. Thrifty. So to get away today, I rent from Thrifty. Thrifty. At Thrifty Car Rental, a Chrysler 5th Avenue safety equipped with an airbag is just $39.95 a day. Like my grandma always said, if you know where you're going, you better know how to get there.
Thrifty. Thrifty Car Rental, because it's your money.
Panasonic presents a new breed of smooth operator. The new Smooth Operator rechargeable razor unites the old-fashioned closeness of a warm, wet shave with the convenience and no-nick comfort of an electric. Don't try this with any plugged-in razor. Smooth Operator wet-dry razors from Panasonic. Smoother than you ever thought you'd be.
This USF&G halftime report is brought to you by USF&G Insurance, protecting your business, home, auto, and life. USF&G, standing behind the USA.
San Diego State, a game seen earlier.
Okay, thanks so much. Well, he's 30 minutes away from it, and his football team is leading by 14 points. And in case you missed the early part of this ball game, fireworks came very early. It was a short fuse.
Well, I don't want to say Florida spotted him 10, but that's in essence what happened. Florida State comes out with the ball, and it's a play they run off, and Casey Weldon comes out rolling. And watch Dawsey. He sells a little out move, feign, and White bite on it. Second play of the game, Casey hits Dawsey for a 76-yard touchdown, and it's 7-0, second play of the game. First time Florida gets the ball now, you'll see McClendon come up. Reagans puts the hit on him, the ball goes flying, and Florida State ends up with the ball again on the 33-yard line. 10-0 Florida State before Florida actually gets into their offense. Another big play, it could have been worse here. A little reverse action. Casey is going to hit Shannon Baker dead on stride about 55 yards downfield, but Baker right over his shoulder right now has it go right through the breadbasket. And watch, White's going to give him one little more step on the back to let him remember that miss. Amp Lee had a good first half. He rushed the ball for 42 yards. He also caught the ball for 43 yards. Watch the moves on this play. A little short dump pass. He made this drive go, put the touchdown on the end of the half. Florida State 24-10. 251 yards in the first half, Ron. Quite a first half for this Florida State offense.
Yeah, that really points up that stat that we showed you in the second quarter, and the fact that this is a very good Florida defense. And in the first half, the Seminoles have already put more yards up there than what they've been giving up for a game. Houston brings it out for a good return out of the 30-yard line. And let's take a look at those first half statistics. 13 of 21 for the Gators, 9 of 18, 50% for the Seminoles in the first half throwing. Passing yardage just about even. Total yardage, Florida State 251 and Florida 232. Turnovers, two very big ones against the Gators in the first half. Sacks, well, Florida has not gotten one, but they have been sacked 3 times by Florida State. Flag is down. Pass over the middle is caught by McClendon, who just circled out of the backfield, and Howard Dinkins is right there to get him. And now let's see what the marker is.
Illegal procedure, Florida.
You know, that's why Steve Spurrier's so upset at halftime. It's just been one thing or another. Florida's been just stopping themselves with penalties, getting the ball off too late. They've not been watching the 25-second clock, and they've just been making too many mistakes against a good football team here playing on the road.
He gave procedure. This crew is not telling us when they don't have enough men on the line of scrimmage. Every once in a while they are, but I think that's what they've been penalized for 3 times, isn't it?
They did not cover, and they didn't have enough people up. You're right.
Matthews on 1st and 15 sets the screen. McClendon, that is a great open field, caught for the ankle by Marvin Jones. And if Marvin doesn't catch him, he might have had enough for the first down out across the 42.
Well, this is a little screen pass. Marvin Jones is the only guy out there, and he's got 3 white shirts right here to go through. And the offensive line just does not do a good job of sifting and protecting it up here. He beats him to the inside. He beats Cal Dixon, number 59. He grabs on, and he stops a potentially big play.
And if you're wondering if that graphic is right, yes, Marvin is only a freshman. He's from Miami. See the blitz coming up the middle. The pass thrown incomplete. Barber's the man he wanted. We saw that almost the same route and scenario back at the early going to the football game.
And the same thing happened. He bounced it in there. Those are nice throws to second base, but that's not going to get it done. This time both the inside linebackers come. One guy's going to take the back, and if he's not picked up, the other guy's going to go for the quarterback. Marvin Jones, as we mentioned, I mean, he was playing high school football just a year ago. This is not a redshirt freshman. This is a true freshman playing linebacker.
Did you see what Ismail did for his quarterback? He thought that Marvin's little slap to the neck there was a little much, and he went ahead and put him down to the ground. 3rd down and 8. Matthews will be pushed out of bounds. Marvin Jones is the man who made the play.
You know, we commented during the first half that Florida State was playing a lot of people and trying to mix it up. 24 different defensive players played for Florida State in the first half of this game, and that's kept the Florida offense a little bit off balance in this game. A lot of different looks he's having to sort out.
One kick for 41 yards so far for Arden Krzyzewski in this one tonight. If you look at Terrell Buckley. This one, kind of a knuckleball, is going to take a Florida bounce, and it's going to be touched down at the 38-yard line. Greg Diamond is the man who got downfield to touch it. These are the Florida State possessions. First 2 times they touched the football, touchdown and field goal. Then the 3rd time, a touchdown, then punt, and another TD. So, Gary, it's 66%, 4 of 6 times in that first half. Pretty productive.
On the last drive, I think, was the most impressive. A 9-play drive after Florida had came and pulled within 7 points. And that really sent Florida into the locker room thinking like, hey, these guys are pushing us around. We got to get going.
Weldon sells the fake, delivers the ball, and it is caught by Fryer, and he's broken away inside the 20. Well, the second play of the first quarter was 76 yards, and this play is 49 yards.
You can't say this is bad defense. This is a quarterback who likes to throw the ball in the gray area. He's not wide open, but watch this catch. He reaches out. The guy's just a freshman. He spins out of it, and Matt Fryer has just made one of the nicest catches we've seen all season. But give a lot of credit to that man right there, Casey Weldon. That guy's not wide open, and he just ripped the throw in there.
Amp leads. Flag comes down as Amp takes it down to the 11-yard line, and Jerry Odom will make the tackle on him.
Jerry Odom makes the initial stop.
And you can see Florida State signaling.
Offsides, Florida.
And the penalty is against the Gators.
Well, Casey Weldon, Bobby Bowden says he likes him because he looks downfield first, and there you see an indication of that. He's thrown 3 for 7 inside 9, but boy, he gets good when he throws the ball downfield, doesn't he? Puts up the big yards. You know, at halftime, he was 9 for 19 just, but for 186 yards, that's almost 10 yards per attempt, and that's a great statistic to have.
Very just like at the offset of the ball game, as you look at Jim Bates, the defensive coordinator for the Gators. We've only played 2 minutes of this half. In Florida State, they had already scored in the first quarter of the ball game, and they're about to score here again in the 3rd.
Well, we thought this could be a good ball game if Florida State didn't score first. I mean, if Florida State puts one on the board real quick, Florida's going to have to gear it up real quick.
Amp leads. 54, Mark Murray, the senior from Apopka, Florida, along with Godfrey Miles, the Gatorback, coming up to make the stop for Florida.
Watch the receivers for Florida State. This is backside. These guys are just not, they're not in the play right here, but they're throwing. He's throwing on Ephesians Bartley, the All-American. He wants to catch passes, but backside, he's hustling and throwing on those defensive backs. Good, well-coached players that want to win this game and put it out all the way.
Ampley spins off the tackle of flag comes down, and he is going to have the first down. It's going to be a 1st and goal, and I think a face mask will be added onto that.
Face mask, Florida.
I don't know if I've seen a running back run under such control as Ampley. He just looks up. He's got great vision. He doesn't look like he's really working, but boy, right there, he gets a bad one. That's a face mask, and that could have been the 15-yard variety if it had been out in the middle of the field. But now they got it, 2nd and 2.5 yards to go for a touchdown, and it's going to be real easy here, 31-10, in just a matter of a couple of minutes, unless they make a big mistake.
1st and goal, Florida State. The ball 2.5 yards away. Bennett, and he gets knifed out at the line of scrimmage. Brad Culpepper, number 50, down at the bottom of the pile.
This is our 4th time we've done Florida this year, and that's about the first time I've heard Culpepper's name called in this game. He's been so, he stood out every game we've done so far. That just shows you how Florida State is keeping this Florida defense off balance. They're moving it around. They're just not pounding on that front 8, really what it is. 4 linebackers, 4 down men, but they're putting those big guys in space, and they've been very effective with it. Line, but this time I just can't do it. This one, it should have been sacked in the back of the for at least a loss, but he just makes a couple guys miss and gets it over the end zone. A nice run by Bennett to get in the end zone.
Andrews' extra point is good, and with 10 minutes and 59 seconds left in the 3rd period, Florida State leading by 21.
Recently, DuPont announced that its energy unit would pioneer the use of new double-hulled oil tankers in order to safeguard the environment. The response has been overwhelmingly positive. DuPont, better things for better living.
Now, for the price of an ordinary 4x4, you can own the American legend. The new Jeep Cherokee Sport with 4 doors, shift-on-the-fly 4-wheel drive, and a new high-output 4-liter engine. It's a whole different animal.
Save $2,500 on 1990 Cherokees, or get up to $700 on 91s.
Ho, here we go!
You're dust, baby.
Zombie Blitz! How you like me now, baby? Got good life insurance? All 911!
ESPN's College Football Saturday, Florida at Florida State, is brought to you by Jeep. There's only one Jeep. And by Levi's, 505, 506, and 540 Gs. Now the Seminole cheerleaders are pretty happy about this one right now with just under 11 minutes to play. Third period. Florida State 31-10. Gary, you know as well as I, it's a shock to your system when you're accustomed to slowing people down anyway, and for the most part stopping them, to have given up 31 points that we still have 25 minutes left to play in this ball game.
No doubt about it. You've been watching the defense stop people all year, and all of a sudden they can't do it. Offensively, you have to be disciplined and not try to score every play now. There's plenty of time. Just put one on this quarter, try to score one in this next quarter, and make it a tight game.
Well, mark these down in your calendar. This is what we have coming up here on the Total Sports Network. The Liberty Bowl on the 27th. Ohio State and Air Force. Then the All-American Bowl the very next evening with Birmingham, and that one is North Carolina State and Southern Mississippi. Then the SeaWorld Holiday Bowl. We get a chance to look at this year's Heisman Trophy winner as they go up against Texas A&M in the Mazda Gator Bowl, Ole Miss and Michigan. Matthews pass over the middle to Kirkpatrick, and he will bring it out to the 26, maybe the 27. James Chaney, the junior from North Fort Myers, who's playing nose guard, made the tackle.
One of the things Steve liked to do with his running backs is send them through the line on pass routes. This time they both checked through the line, cleared out, a little tight end delay to Kirkpatrick. Nice play, pitch and catch, give you a 5 or 6 yard gain.
McClendon hit in the secondary as he breaks it through, trying to turn the corner. That was Buckley. Broke off his tackle, and then Marvin Jones finished him off and pushed him out of bounds.
Well, Terrell Buckley is kind of known as the roll talker around here. He's kind of taken over for Deion Sanders, but you know, the guy plays football. He comes up and he tackles, and he can cover some people, and he can just follow you. I mean, he's just a good football player. Again, Florida State's coming in with a mass substitution. They're trying to keep everybody fresh. When you play against a passing team, you have to keep your guys out there fresh enough to run and play and pass and rush.
Willa McClendon shaken up a little bit, so Eric Rett comes in and will spell him. Little crossing route, and his tight end has the ball at the 35-yard line. John White will knock Kirkpatrick out of bounds. Take a look at the Florida possessions in the ball game. Fumble on the first one, field goal in their second possession. That one covered 57. An interception, punt, touchdown, halftime, and now they have punted, and they've given up a touch.
On their first interception, the 9 plays, 72 yards, they had actually scored on that possession, and they had the clock just tick off. So that was a tough break for them on that series. Big turning point in the game.
Audible, going to go long for Mills, and contact is made, and that's pass interference called against Terrell Buckley.
Well, in pro football, that would hurt you because you'd get it right there on the 26-yard line. But in college football, it's just going to go back, and it's going to be a 15-yard penalty. He sees it, he reads the blitz, he's correct. He's got Ernie Mills going deep, but Buckley's in good position. He cuts him off very nicely, but then he bumps him a little too much, and you're going to get the call. Picks up the first down, but it's not as bad at having it like the pro rule is right down there on the 25-yard line. So it's one of the college rules that's a little bit different, and the kids take advantage of it sometimes.
9:30 left to play, third period. Of course, Shane knows the moves of Buckley because they both come from Pascagoula, Mississippi, having played high school football together. Matthews zings it too low. That's Barber he was looking for. Probably the best place for it because there were 3 defensive players in the vicinity.
Well, he had the right matchup there. He went to Terrence Barber. He was matched up against Kirk Carruthers, the inside linebacker, number 45. That's who he should have thrown the ball to. He just didn't do a very good job of executing the read. What they try to do is match up Carruthers with help deep. He had 2 free safeties helping him deep, and he's going to play the short routes underneath, and that's where you like to throw the ball. We saw Miami do it all night to a linebacker from Syracuse.
Matthews going to scramble again. Good heavens, what a hit by Marvin Jones. Wow. Shane gets right up and heads back to the huddle.
Would you believe me if I told you that this doesn't hurt as bad as it looks? You'd be right. They all hurt when they throw you down like that. Marvin Jones is about like the Mike Singletary of college football. Every time he hits, somebody falls backwards. He's got great feet and balance, and he explodes through his tackles all the time. He's never out of position.
They're down. They need the 40. Intercepted by Carruthers. Yeah, that's a bad pass. He just threw it into traffic there.
Well, he thought he had the same matchup he had before. He saw the linebacker on his wide receiver, and he just hung with him a little too long. You'll notice on the interception that number 3, Leon Fowler, is also going to read his eyes. There you see him. He's got the linebacker. And as he breaks in, Mills here, you'll see number 3, Leon Fowler, also is there, and 2 guys could have intercepted that ball. When you find a linebacker one-on-one, you just can't keep eyeballing him. You got to look off the other people. That time Shane stays left all the time and brings the zone, the help for Carruthers that he did have on the play.
8:35 left in this third period. Turnovers now, Florida with 3. And Florida State has not turned it over as you look at Kirk Carruthers.
Kirk Carruthers got off to a little bit of a slow start this year and actually was beginning to be pushed by Ken Alexander, a freshman here, for the linebacker spot. But he found himself. He's playing the best football of the year, and the defense has turned around. You know one of the reasons? The front 3 is playing better football, giving them time to make those tackles.
Ampley turns the corner, brings it out to the 35. It's going to be a gain of 9. Timmy Falk there defensively. And let's go down to Kevin Kiley on the sideline. Kev.
To this game really goes beyond this evening. When you think about recruiting, there are nearly 200 high school recruits that are undecided at this game tonight. They're going to pick one of these schools, at least most of them are. And when you think about on the field, Escambia High School in Pensacola is represented by 6 players. 3 on Florida and 3 on Florida State. It would have been 7, but Emmitt Smith went to the Dallas Cowboys. Ron?
Thanks, Kevin. 31-10 our scores. We go under 8 minutes to play third period. Ampley picking and hunting and finding his way out to the 45-yard line as Odom makes the tackle.
We talked to Bobby Bowden about recruiting. Does it make any difference who wins this game? He says a little bit, but look at this. Look at all the players that you can grab from the 3 big schools, Florida, Florida State, and Miami. 219 players, 83 guys from other states. But you know what Bobby told us? There's enough to go around here. Just don't be greedy. Maybe you might get a couple of guys because you won, but you can just take the guys and spread them out. It's how you coach them.
A lot of people think that the state of Florida has surpassed everybody else in the country, that they lead as far as what they're doing with high school football. Ampley again, and look at the stiff arm, and he breaks it past Will White and then falls down at the 38-yard line.
Well, Ampley runs under control. There you see it, 89 yards so far on 15 carries. This time the old straight arm. Very legal, very good job. He tries to put one more move on here. Whoop. I don't know if he ran out of gas or ran out of yards there, but that was another run by Ampley.
Chief Osceola getting a little anxious. We still have 7:02 to play third period, and his football team is getting anxious. 31-10, and they're driving again.
Well, Bobby Bowden said this is a rebuilding year. I'd hate to see it when he gets it going. This is some football team he's got.
Weldon hands it off to Ampley, and he's going to be submarine and will lose yardage on this play at the 40th. Huey Richardson, number 90, the All-American out of Atlanta.
Casey Weldon hurt his thumb on that play, and he's going to have to come off the field. On the handoff, he jammed it into the ball carrier.
So Brad Johnson, who is a junior from Blackmouth, North Carolina, 6'6", 215 pounds, will come into the ball game replacing him as the attention for Weldon on the sideline continues. Brad Johnson has thrown the ball 162 times, completed 108 for 1,130 yards. And it's going to be Fryer. I beg your pardon.
Now, Brad Johnson's the quarterback. Fryer's in at wide receiver.
So we continue. Brad Johnson, 8 touchdowns, 5 interceptions.
You know, you think you got some good quarterbacks. You know, Brad Johnson's 67% on the year, and he gets benched. But it's the type of plays. To give you an example, Brad Johnson's getting 6.9 yards per attempt. Casey Weldon has been averaging over 8 yards per attempt. That's what they've been looking for, the difference in that going down the field.
Third down, they need the 28-yard line. Sets the screen to the near side to Paul Moore. And Moore will spin his way down in the vicinity of the 31. It'll be short by about 3 as Culpepper is there to make the stop.
Let's see if we can figure out how he got hurt right here. He hands the ball off right-handed to Ampli, and he gets jammed a little bit right there, and he gets it caught in the elbow, the right elbow. It happens a lot of times. I don't know if it's his hand or his thumb, but right away he grabbed it and he signaled to Brad Johnson. He didn't waste the timeout, and he got himself out of the game.
Field goal attempt from Andrews, and Richie is going to be trying this one from 47 yards. Got plenty of distance, and it is no good. Off to the right. 4:48 left in the third period, and one of the few times the Seminoles have been slowed tonight.
A new high-output 4-liter engine, anti-lock brakes, and exclusive shift-on-the-fly full-time 4-wheel drive. Make Jeep Cherokee the ultimate vehicle for the hustle and bustle of everyday life.
Save $2,500 on 1990 Cherokees, or get up to $700 on 91s.
We have so much to celebrate. Corbel Champagne.
A Ranger never takes the easy way out.
You're reaching deep inside you for things you've never known. Go!
That's why getting into the Rangers is tough, and the training is tough.
Be all that you can be.
So it makes me feel like I'm part of something really special.
Be all that you can be.
And I'm not the only one.
Get it your life in the Army.
Celebration starting here in Tallahassee for those fans as it is 31-10. Florida State leading with 4:48 left third period. Reverse Barber. And Mills continuing to block out there, and he gets hit way out of bounds. Jones was out there, and also number 26, Errol McCorvey. And that's going to cost the Seminoles 15 yards.
Little reverse action this time. A little slow handoff. You see it, Barber comes around the outside. Number 24, Mills, is doing a good job out there blocking in front of him. 14 Mills, I'm sorry, blocking in front of him. And that was a little shady right there. It was right on the line, and they call it.
Well, coming up tomorrow, NFL Game Day. That starts at noon Eastern time. Then at 7 o'clock Eastern time, it's prime time. That will wrap up what has happened in the afternoon. And Mike Patrick and Joe Theismann will be in Minnesota tomorrow night. The Packers against the Minnesota Vikings, all tomorrow right here on ESPN.
Well, in the past, that would have been a bench-clearing brawl, having one of those sideline shots on the opposite sideline. But Bobby Bowden told us if there's any fighting tonight, his kids are not going to go to the bowl game if they charge the field. He's going to grab them on the sideline. He's not letting them across.
Matthews' pass overthrown. And let's go down to Kevin Kylan, get an update on the injury to Mr. Weldon.
Ron, maybe Gary can help us with this one. I understand Casey Weldon has a cramp in his throwing thumb. I've never heard of that. As soon as they rub it out, he'll be back. But I have another oddity. Shane Matthews, the quarterback for Florida, looks exactly like Gary Danielson. And I think we need to get a shot at him. Back up to you.
Then or now?
How come he can throw so well? That's what I want.
Second down and 10 from the 47. Matthews, ball is caught and taken away by Mills. And now a flag comes down. Terrell Buckley looked as though that he was going to come up with the interception, and Mills took it away from him.
What a nice job by Mills this time to get an underthrown ball from Shane Matthews. Buckley again with pretty good coverage, but Shane Matthews underthrows it.
Face mask, Florida State, 5 yards, first down.
You'll see the receiver right here. He's man-to-man coverage. Gives a little shake to the outside. Pretty good coverage by Buckley. It's underthrown poorly, but Mills goes and fights for it and grabs it. And at that point, Buckley just grabs onto anything he can, and he gets the 5 yards handed on it. He was so upset without getting the interception that he just grabbed on it and yanked him down.
5 catches now for 98 yards for him. Incomplete, wanted Kirkpatrick.
Shane Matthews has just been off a step tonight. He overthrows one, he underthrows one. You know, we saw him throw so well against Auburn. He was in a zone that night. He's got people open tonight. He's got to start putting the ball in the money. You've got a receiver in the end zone. They need 7 points on this drive, and they have to get 21 points. To cut it to 14, we got a good ball game. He just hasn't been quite as sharp as we've seen him in the past.
Flag goes down, pass caught for a touchdown. That's Mills.
He underthrew that one, and he got the touchdown away. Kirk Carruthers was offside, so they're going to decline it, and they got a good ball game going.
Offside, Florida State.
Steve Spurrier looks up at the clock very anxiously. 4:03 to play, third period.
Well, Mills is isolated again. Florida State trying to put the pressure on with the blitz. Great job picking it up. Underthrows it, but Mills stops, shields it just enough, and has the good play. He beat him by about 6 yards on that play.
Mills now has 112 yards on 6 catches and 1 touchdown, and should have 2 touchdowns. He caught the one over the middle on the blitz pickup when they were called for taking too much time, delay of game back in the first half. Krzyzewski's extra point attempt is blocked. Bill Reagan's got a hand on it in the middle, and Buckley recovers it in the end zone.
Very big point here. It just looks like he got it a little low. Reagans can't jump that high. He's only a couple feet off the ground. Very low trajectory kick right there, and he just doesn't get it up. You got to get those extra points up quick.
4:03 left to play, 31-16 Seminoles.
Van? Check out Durchek Chevrolet Buick Dodge and Geo in Galion. Check out our selection. Check out our award-winning, state-of-the-art service department servicing all makes, all models. But most important, check out our deals. Check out the Durchek difference. You'll be glad you did. Check out Durchek Chevrolet Buick Dodge and Geo. We're here to stay on State Route 309 on the east edge of Galion.
Miller's Gift Store in downtown Mansfield has a unique selection of gifts, cards, and collectibles in every price range. Stop by today and look over these specials. Featuring Precious Moments collectibles, our entire collection of clowns, and receive a free engraved brass ornament with $10 card purchase. Mention this ad and receive 20% off your next purchase. Miller's Gift Store, on the square in downtown Mansfield.
This week on ESPN Sunday Night NFL, the Green Bay Packers battle the Minnesota Vikings. The Green Bay Packers, the Cardiac Pack, a team known for rallying to dramatic victories, strives to keep their playoff hopes alive. The Minnesota Vikings. Herschel Walker leads the charge for this battle in the NFL's black and blue division. The Packers face the Vikings, live at 8 Eastern on ESPN Sunday Night NFL.
So tomorrow night, it is the Packers and the Vikings, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Mike Patrick and Joe Theismann will be there.
There you go with the two guys who teamed up for it, Mills and Matthews. Mills saved them just a couple plays earlier with a great catch, and then he comes back and gets a touchdown catch, his 10th of the year.
Roland's kickoff is going to go out of bounds. So Florida's going to lose the 5 yards that they picked up. Let's take a look at the AP Top 10. This is what had happened. The Buffaloes did not play today. Georgia Tech won over Georgia. Miami defeated San Diego State 30-28. BYU playing Hawaii tonight. Texas won by 1 over Texas A&M. Florida, well, their game right here. Notre Dame. Next game against Colorado in the Orange Bowl. Then Florida State, Washington, and Penn State. They will take on Florida State in the Blockbuster Bowl.
Well, of course, the Texas game was a big story, but I think the biggest story of the day was Georgia Tech. They did what they had to do today, win by enough to convince the people that they belong to be second or third in the country. And it's going to be tough now for Miami or Texas to pass up Georgia Tech if they beat Nebraska in their big bowl game coming up. So if Colorado gets knocked off by Notre Dame, Georgia Tech has a legitimate chance of winning the national title.
Roland to kick it off again following that boot out of bounds. This one to the near side. It'll come down to Terrell. Brings it all the way out to the 36-yard line. Ed Robinson again on the special teams. That's a return of 31 yards.
Still plenty of time in the ball game, just a 15-point difference. Casey Weldon back in. He had the cramped thumb. Now, I never had that one. I've had a cramped hand before, but not the thumb. Thumb's a little different. I haven't heard that one yet.
He must really grip it hard.
On a handoff, he's gripping.
Amp Lee breaks it out, still on his feet. This is incredible. All the way down to the 25-yard line. What a second and then a third effort.
Well, Amp Lee's averaging 5.1 yards on the game, but look how nicely right here. Little play action. You think it's a pass, but no, Amp Lee's got it, and he weaves, and he changes, and he's looking, and he makes movement, and look at this one. That's very poor tackling. White misses it, Spear misses it, and he's into the end zone, and what a game, what a run.
Now Florida has called a timeout as they have spotted the ball at the 28-yard line. Well, allowing 2.3 yards rushing this season, the Florida defense, and tonight giving up an average of 5.3. You know, the interesting thing is Florida State has just been relentless as far as keeping pressure on in the field position that they've had.
Well, it's been so nice how they've been mixing it up. They just haven't relied. They haven't been trying to bang on this 8-man front. Everything's come off the pass. Even that running play right there was a draw off of a pass play that they've run a number of times in this game. And Florida's just been off balance. They just have not shown the aggressive tackling. We've seen them so many times this year.
I say one thing about Bobby Bowden's football teams, they know how to finish a race. It is normally the month of December when they catch fire.
Well, let me give you a stat. Since 1986, after Halloween in November, December, and bowl games, they're 14-0. They have not lost in the last 3 years, and it looks like they've got it going the right way. He credits it by going back to fundamentals late in the year. He says we stress fundamentals, not game plan, towards the end of the year. I credit his players. He's got some studs there.
Weldon's pass is caught by Dawsey. And he'll have the first down at the 16-yard line. Jerry Odom hanging on for dear life.
Well, this is a dangerous throw, and after Weldon threw it, he started to run. Dawsey goes in motion, and he hits him in the flat. But number 4, Dale Spear, has a chance to pick this one off and change the scoreboard. Dawsey gets it, spins. He's so tough after he catches the ball. Very physical wide receiver, the All-American from Florida State, Lawrence Dawsey.
3 catches for 99 yards for him. Senior from Dothan, Alabama. will score.
Have you ever seen a ball carrier break stride and change direction so smoothly as Ampley? I mean, he's just in gear the whole way. Same play, the I formation isolation. Give some credit to Edgar Bennett, number 22, as he takes the linebacker. But Amp breaks in full speed, and number 12, Matt Fryer, the receiver, downfield, gets the big block to spring him into the end zone.
Richie Andrews converts on the extra point, and all of a sudden Florida State is on top in this ball game, 38-16. Ampley now with 138 yards, and you're right, it is not his speed, it is his great balance and agility.
Well, he just stays so low here. Watch the block. He's going to take on the fullback, just puts Polk on the ground, and he just stays low. He looks both sides, gives him that little shake move, and he just never breaks stride when he cuts. He doesn't slow down to cut. He just glides into the zone. He's going to be a very good football player. You see the Florida State. They're already giving the Gator signal. A little early to be doing that, though.
Mike Morris, who is a junior from Miami, also credit him with a great block on the play. They're at right guard. Ampley now 18 rushes, 138 yards and a touchdown, and he has caught 4 passes for 43 and a touchdown.
Well, that's close to what, 180 yards total offense, 181 yards total offense, and we're not even into the fourth quarter. Florida has never been able to nail down exactly where Florida State's going to come at them. They don't know where they're attacking. You know, you can stop a good right hand if you know the guy's going to throw it, but he hits you with the jab, then he throws the uppercut. You just never know what punch is coming from where.
Richie Andrews' kick is going to glide into the end zone, and Houston will say, nope, don't bring this one out. Let's scrimmage from the 20. NCAA scoring leaders. You see Florida State in the number 5 position at 39 points a ball game. They have 38 right now. We still have 18 minutes of football left to play. Florida in the number 12 spot at 35.7. And they've got some catching up to do if they score their average. However, if they do, we've got a heck of a finish coming up here, don't we?
Well, they've got the offense to do it. I'd like to see them go a little hurry up already this fourth quarter. They need to start getting back and getting into the huddle and getting out the line. They have to make every play count.
Rep. Bryce Abbott got to him first. That's a design play. We've seen Florida use it before. It looks as though Flo is going one direction. He takes a quick jab step and takes it back against the flow. But with that kind of quickness, Florida State just ate it up.
The secondary ate it up. You saw Leon Fowler, number 3, coming from the secondary. They just react and go back and against the grain, and they're there. This Florida State defense is a different defense than we saw early in the year. Much better, much stronger up front.
Matthews will get out of bounds at the 25. Marvin Jones was the closest man to him. Well, Bobby Bowden's scoring margin in the last 4 games, 47 points to 9.1.
Well, those are good numbers, but you know, they haven't really been playing the types of teams that we're talking about playing Florida. I mean, you're talking Memphis State, Cincinnati. You know, South Carolina was a little better team than everybody gave credit for. They seemed to come on late, but the other one was Louisiana State. So this is more impressive than the other 4 games to me.
Swing pass to Red, and look at Marvin Jones running down. The freshman linebacker will have him. I think he's got the first down at the 30-yard line, but 55 just came out of nowhere. I think I can promise you that if Mr. Paterno is watching tonight, he's impressed.
He's taking notice, isn't he?
Joe is probably saying, wow.
Well, they just can run so well, and you know, the added dimension. I mean, I don't want to knock Brad Johnson because he had a good season for him, but the added dimension of Casey Weldon has just given them a dimension they didn't have before, and it's opened everything else up for them on their offense.
Right over the middle to Rep. Breaks one tackle. Boy, puts his shoulder down. He's going to have the first down. Kirk Carruthers will wind up making the stop, but it's good for 14 yards.
Here you go, see another mass substitution. 6 more players coming on the field to substitute. Again, the backs. When you play running back for Steve Spurrier, you got to check through the line. You got to be careful not to knock your offensive line up, and you have to catch the ball. And the important thing for Florida State is when they catch the ball is make the tackle. Those are what killed you, not the completion, but the 8 yards after the completion.
That pass is overthrown. Greg Keller is the man that he wanted. Gary, I'll tell you a player who was in the ball game that I thought Florida State was going to try to redshirt, but Sterling Palmer is an example of the youth coming up on this football team. He is a backup. He wears 56. He is 6'7", 257 pounds from Fort Lauderdale. Look at him. This guy's a linebacker. I watched him at practice on Thursday, and I said, get out of here. He's got to be an offensive lineman.
Well, they've got a shot. They feel they have a shot on the national championship. You can't redshirt guys when you have a chance at the national championship.
That's Willie McClendon, who takes it out close to the 50-yard line. It's going to be a 3rd down. Well, I mean, that guy
he does stick out, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does stick out. And when he hits you, he sticks out.
Here you go. They're going to substitute again, bringing on 6 more players. That's really been a big part of this game. It's kept Shane Matthews a little off balance. He's not sure where the rush is coming from, who's the hot guy or where they're coming. And it's also kept people fresh for Florida State.
3rd down. The line to make is the 46 of Florida State. Ball is batted right back in his face by Howard Jenkins.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Here comes the flag in because of the extracurricular activity that went on right in front of the Florida bench.
I'll tell you, Mark White better be careful, number 60. He could get thrown out of this football game because he came right in, and I believe he might be thrown out of the game. He decked the official, and he just can't have that in these type of games. They've already lost one tackle.
Dead ball, personal foul. Florida State, dead ball, personal foul. Florida, offsetting, 4th down.
Well, I don't know if he got thrown out of the game, but he surely came in late and got a big hit on it. Well, there you see the replay, batted back into his face.
I think he would have said ejection.
Yeah, he would have. He would have.
He just said offsetting.
Boy, the official took a spill. He came over and just cleaned the clock.
So the officials try to keep a very close eye on this one as Florida State calls the timeout with 36 seconds left in the 3rd. Particularly after last year when, as I mentioned off the top of the telecast, I promise you, I didn't think we'd ever get the first half played. It was like a war. It was one personal foul after another. Speaking of getting personal, this is 1989. Whoa. This is substantiating what I was talking about. 134 to 124. That's nothing to be proud of, and neither club was. But look, 8 personal fouls, 4 face masks, 2 unsportsmanlike, 1 clip, 1 roughing the passer. And a partridge in a pear tree.
Man, we've had some penalties tonight, but they really haven't been the malicious type or anybody trying to cheap shot anybody. It's just been aggressive football, and the flag gets thrown once in a while. You know, I think if Florida's defense was playing better, Steve might consider going for this, but he's just too afraid to turn the ball over to Florida State here on the 45-yard line.
4th down, Krzyzewski standing back at the 35. Fair catch is made by Buckley at the 20-yard line. That's going to be good for 33 yards in the kick. Well, NCAA basketball, it's the ACC Big East Challenge on Monday. Virginia against Pitt, number 18 against 14. That's at 7 o'clock. And then the nightcap coming up at midnight Eastern time. Maryland against Boston College. Then on Tuesday, Clemson against Seton Hall. 7 o'clock, NC State against number 7 Syracuse. That one to follow at around 9 o'clock in the ACC Big East Challenge.
And then I guess you go to work on Wednesday, huh?
Mr. Raftery and I will be in Landover on Wednesday. I think our first game is Georgetown and St. John's, or Georgia Tech and St. John's, I should say. Finish it in a moment as Amp Lee almost breaks it again. Then the nightcap is going to be Duke against Georgetown. So we got a great doubleheader on Wednesday.
I was just testing you there. See if you could do numbers, call a game, and remember who the basketball teams were at the same time. All you got to remember tonight is number 42. Just keep your eye on him. He's just had some football game.
Isn't that something? Only a sophomore, too. You got to remember that. As we come to the end of the third period, he's out of Chipley, Florida. Florida State, 38. Florida, 16.
What do we have here? Acute lower abdominal pain.
I don't see any alternative.
I don't either. We have to go in. Have we gotten the parents yet?
I have them on the phone, Doctor. They're out of the country.
Fax them a consent form. Stat.
That's the only thing we're waiting on.
I know it.
Okay.
I've got it.
Any minute now.
Doctor, I've got the parents' signatures.
Excellent. Here we go.
Dex Facsimile, one of a wide range of business communication solutions from Fujitsu, the global computer and communications company.
Are you the one who put these away? Oh, yeah.
Look at the angel of London.
Move with it. This is it. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
When you gather round for the holidays, there's no better beer to have around than Michelob. Look for our tree at your store and have a happy holiday.
As a kid in business, I learned the meaning of a buck 1 penny at a time. Hey, it was my money, and it still is. Thrifty. So when I need wheels on business today, I go to Thrifty. At Thrifty Car Rental, a Chrysler 5th Avenue, safety equipped with an airbag is just $39.95 a day. Who says you can't mix business with pleasure? It's the only way to go.
Thrifty Car Rental, because it's your money.
Now, for the price of an ordinary 4x4, you can own the American legend. The new Jeep Cherokee Sport with 4 doors, shift-on-the-fly 4-wheel drive, and a new high-output 4-liter engine. It's a whole different animal.
Save $2,500 on 1990 Cherokees, or get up to $700 on 91s.
A little brains, a little luck, and a lot of late nights. A good family, a good spot, and some good advice. That's the way it's supposed to be. And USF&G is standing behind me. That's the way it's supposed to be. And USF&G is standing behind me.
Ron Franklin with Gary Danielson and Kevin Kiley, and welcome back to Tallahassee, Florida. This is the last Saturday night of our primetime telecast in the regular season. Amp Lee, a little stutter step, and he takes it up close to the first down, but he is not going to have it as he's tackled at the 28 by Ed Robinson. And let's go for a report from Kevin Kiley.
Ron, we talked about how important this game was for the seniors from Florida, but there's a senior on the Florida State team, number 44, a safety, John Weiss. 3 years ago against the Gators, he broke his leg in 7 places. Doctor says he'd never play again. Well, he sat out a year, and he's in there tonight against Florida 3 years later and played one heck of a game. Back to you.
Yeah, he really has. He's had some big ones. Had an interception, had a big play on special teams. Weldon running for his life, and there's the All-American Huey Richardson. He will down him at the 17-yard line. Loss of 11 on the play.
Well, we haven't talked much about Huey Richardson, the great All-American here from Florida. He had the sack leader, all-time the sack leader for Florida. This time a little bit of a coverage sack. He had a slant and an arrow out there from the back, nobody to throw to, and that was a big stop. Now they're going to get some field position and an opportunity to get the game close.
Scotty McLaurin, his best kick of the night. This is going to come down to Barber at the 41, and he just retreats and then goes down. Well, the SEC has a realignment with the addition of Arkansas and South Carolina, and this is what they finally agreed on. To the east, it'll be Florida taking on Georgia, Kentucky, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Vanderbilt. In the west, it's Alabama, Arkansas, Auburn, LSU, Mississippi State, and Ole Miss. Now, also consider this. The presidents voted last week that they would play a mandatory 8-conference game schedule.
And what it threatens is this game right here.
Yes.
Florida doesn't want to go through that tough SEC and then have to play a team like Florida State.
Can't blame them. Shane Matthews with the pass. McClendon is there at the 25, and he knocks the defensive player out of bounds. Tommy Henry came over to make the tackle, and he got KO'd. That's good for 35.
You know, you look at that score, 38-16, you just say the game's over. But no, when Florida can throw the ball, they can put points on the board early. But the key to this game is not offensively. They must stop. They got to have some stops defensively, and they might have started that last series right there. They need a few 3-and-outs from their defense.
Matthews now was thrown for 280 yards. 20 of 36. 1 touchdown and 2 interceptions.
I had a bad thought when they called the timeout. I thought they were going to review it. You know, that's what we don't need.
Matthews going to try to get out of bounds. Whoa, it's a good thing as Reagans was coming on real quickly. And Clark also was out there defensively to help make the play. 38-16, and what is the storyline to this one? Well, Florida State, 189 all-purpose yards out of Lee, and also 2 touchdowns. Well, the Florida defense has allowed a season-high 421 yards, and the Florida State defense with 3 takeaways. Looking for the seam, and he has the pass complete at the 6-yard line to Mills. Mills has really been a standout tonight for the Gators.
Mills, this was such a nice pass right here. It goes over the shoulder of number 27, Terrell Buckley. Buckley knows, now watch, he's got man-to-man coverage, but he knows he's got help deep from number 3, Leon Fowler. And he comes in, and the ball is put in between the man coverage on the inside and the free safety deep. Nice throw by Matthews there.
That's 7 catches for Mills for 133 yards, and of course he has a touchdown.
Well, they've been double covering Kirkpatrick, so he's had to go to his wideouts tonight.
Reagans comes on the blitz from the open side, but McClendon will take it down to the 1-yard line. Marvin Jones finished it off.
What a play here by the freshman. This looked like a walk-in. I'm sitting up here. I thought he had it all the way, but watch him track. He tracks, he comes off the block, plays it with his inside arm, and then accelerates through the tackle. Not only does he save a touchdown, but he also takes off another 45 seconds off the clock if they do score on the next play. So it's a real big save there.
That's his 15th tackle of the ball game, Gary. Shane Matthews, quarterback sneak for the touchdown.
I think they go for 2 here. Here you see the quarterback sneak. They spread him out all over the field, and Big Shane just jumps over and catches one in the back. Gets bent around a little bit. That'll hurt a little more tomorrow than it does right now. You got to think about how he goes to get this 2 points. Real big 2 points right now. This will put him to 24 and only put him down 14 points with much of this 4th quarter to go.
You can hear the crowd booing right then. They booed the first time that Shane scored tonight. The line of demarcation, the end zone is marked.
Not the white. It's the yellow line in front of it. You're correct.
Took that snap off the headgear and then throws it for Kirkpatrick, complete for 2. Well, don't go away. Now it's 38-22. 24 with the two-point conversion. Ron Franklin with Gary Danielson and Kevin Kiley in Tallahassee. All of a sudden, it's back to a 14-point game, which seems like a lot until you're talking about these two offenses. We still have 12:38 left to play. Let's see what the Seminoles do. Oh, my goodness, what a hit. Lawrence Dawsey on the return. Let's take another look at that touchdown.
First time they used the shotgun and almost backfired on him right here. The snap wasn't that bad. One bobbling catch by Matthews, and then he goes to the tight end, Kirkpatrick, and another bobbling catch, the one-hander by the second-team All-American Kirkpatrick and their leading receiver. Watch Kirkpatrick go from the right side of your screen across. Carruthers tries to pick him up, but the throw is up high, and that makes it a 14-point game. And Steve, yep, that's the guy, the tight end. Throw it, loop it over. Yes, let's play now. Come on, defense.
He put on the visor at halftime. Maybe he's a little superstitious. First time in all the games that we've done at night, he's never worn the visor.
Remind me, next time if I ever get to play golf with him, I'm going to grab that visor first and then bet him.
Throw it in the lake. Weldon's pass is caught by Dawsey.
Tell you, this pass just rips the heart out of Florida right here. Casey Weldon drops back. You know, you think, well, I'll hit the back, I'll get a little drive going right here. He just shoots it to the All-American. And Dawsey, who's got a little bit of a knock, they say he might not be a high draft pick because of his speed. Looked like he had enough speed to play in any league with that catch. Casey Weldon, you know, they're saying that, you know, Peter Tom Willis, they said as a quarterback that really did some great things for Florida State, but Mark Witt, the quarterback coach, told me that he thinks Casey Weldon can do it all for this team next year. Here you see it's going to be the deep square in, and again, this is not a wide open pass right here. Gives him a little shake to the outside. There's a free safety at the play. He puts it over the linebacker, an inside Monty Galdas free safety, and watch him turn it up here. Down the sideline, and he almost makes it into the end zone. You know, you just don't see many quarterbacks that are willing to take the chance in that type of play. If you turn it over right there, it's a 7-point game. It's one of those gutsy throws that a lot of guys aren't willing to do.
Look at Steve just looked at his watch. You know, he's got to be thinking, man, every time we come back in this ball game, these guys come back and they don't give us a couple of jabs. They give us a right cross and stagger us.
Well, absolutely. It's been that big play. You know, Bobby Bowden told Kevin Kiley on the sideline, we have to have it to beat him in this team. Yeah. And Casey Weldon's provided. Also another lesson to show. You don't have to throw a 50-yard pass to complete 50 yards. A nice 18-yard catch. Look at that, 170. That's pretty good average, 42 yards. Of course, he had the opening pass for 76 yards, and that one was just as nice.
76 yards on the first one that he caught this evening, and this one for 70. And Matt Fryer, the freshman out of Live Oak, Florida, obviously a little bit, well, maybe it is just a cramp.
Hamstring, yeah. Well, two plays, and they just make it into, you know, 45-24, and that one just ripped the hearts out. I really say that pass that Casey Weldon threw, that shows that this guy's got the potential to make this a national championship team. And they're going to be my #1 team for 1991 going in.
Richie Andrews gets the extra point, and Florida State now goes on top 45-24, and the numbers on Amp lead: 21 carries, 148 yards, and 2 touchdowns, and that's what he's done on the ground. He also has done a great job as far as a receiver tonight.
One more look at the touchdown right here. Little pitch to the outside. Number 60, Mike Morris, comes around. Number 84, Warren Hart, comes out, the tight end, to get a block. They pull around, and Ampli just reads it, cruises, ducks down, and just bounces to the outside and gets the corner again. Ron, I got Florida State as my #1 preseason team next year going in. There are only 5 seniors on this team. The way Casey Weldon can throw the ball, I think they're preseason #1 next year in college football. You got to go out on a limb now. You're going to leave me hanging here. Well, I tell you, they got some people coming back. Bobby said this is going to be a little bit of an iffy year, but he's got some players coming back in this football team.
There's no doubt about that. The amazing thing about it is with 5 people that he is losing.
Right.
Normally, when you have a lack of senior leadership as far as people who play on a regular basis, normally that hurts you. But as the season has gone on, they have grown and grown. Harrison Houston. All the way out to the 31-yard line for Houston. Woody Paldo makes the tackle. It's a return of 29. And let's go to the Bowl Week promo one more time. The Liberty Bowl with Ohio State and the Air Force Academy on the 27th, and the All-American Bowl. NC State will take on Southern Mississippi. The SeaWorld Holiday Bowl. It is BYU and Texas A&M on the 29th, and then on the 1st, the Mazda Gator Bowl at 11:30 in the morning. First game to kick it off, it'll be Ole Miss and the University of Michigan. Screen pass goes to Rhett. Kirk Carruthers is there to make the play defensively.
I'll tell you, this is, you know, we went into this game looking at a very solid Florida team. I mean, you looked at their offense, their defense, you know, and special teams. And that's really one of the keys, one of the game is Florida State has been playing them even in special teams, and Casey Weldon has gotten off 245 yards, and he's just throwing in the gray area. I love quarterbacks that throw the ball downfield.
Sacked by Anthony Moss. Howard Dinkins was pressuring from the other side. That's a loss of 9, and it's the 4th sack of the night for a loss of 33.
Top of your screen, number 99. He's got his hand down this time, and it's on Neely. He beats him to the outside. A little bit of a coverage sack in fairness to Neely. Anthony Moss came into the game with 8.5 sacks. He's their leading sack person on that defense, an outside linebacker, and he's got his 9th one going. 20.5 points in his 4-year career for Anthony Moss.
Shane's going to take this one all the way out to midfield. Run out of bounds as Kirk Carruthers finally comes over, but he had an acre to run there for a bit. Stop the clock with 10:13 left, and Kevin Kiley, what do you got for us?
Well, Ron, I've been scrounging around down here for souvenirs, and I came across this license plate. It's an FSU license plate. I found out that the state of Florida sells over 111,000 of these, the most in the country. They're $25 a piece. That's to all the universities, not just FSU. I have another little tidbit for you. I'll save it for later. Back to you.
Okay. Yeah, I read the other day where Florida led the nation in those school license plates. Greg Keller gets a reception there. The sophomore from New Orleans will be close to the first down at the 38.
About 10 minutes left in this game. They're moving the ball. Now Florida State has kind of backed off a step. You know, the Seminoles are just backed off. They want them to throw the ball underneath. They're not going to give up the big play. They got the clock in their favor right now. Kind of surprised that Florida's not going with the no-huddle offense, really. They have to score 3 more times.
Draw play to Rhett. He'll take it down to the 25-yard line. Leon Fowler comes up from the strong free safety spot to make the tackle.
And here's the 2 guys. They're having some game. Weldon's 324 yards. Matthews over 300 yards. Casey Weldon, though, has done it on just 23 tosses. And that's something. right there. That's over, what, 15 yards an attempt to just ballparking it right there?
Well, he's got 146 on 2 completions. Over the middle, looking for Mills, and it's knocked down. Pass was just a little too late, and now there comes the flag.
Well, Tommy Henry is upset with this one. This is, again, he had him wide open. Mills was wide open. Shane Matthews underthrew it, and he could have led him across the field and actually, Henry was beat pretty easily.
Pass interference, Florida State.
Mills beat him by a bunch here. You see he's got no help to the anywhere. He beats him to the inside. That ball should have been thrown on the other hash, and that's pretty good defense right there. He crawls across, makes the knockdown, gets the ball, hits him a little bit, but hey, you got to go for the ball. He's coming across. He got his hand on it. I think that's pretty good defense right there.
9 penalties for 85 yards. Draw play goes to Rhett, and he is going to be whacked by Weish at the 10-yard line. Marvin Jones is also there to help out. He'll take it down to the 9.
Marvin Jones is the real thing. I'll tell you, we've got some great freshman running backs in the country this year, but this is the best freshman linebacker I think that we've seen, that's for sure. I can't name anybody. There you see it. 16 tackles, 11 of them solo already. Just a true freshman playing like he does.
Matthews over the middle, complete to Kirkpatrick.
Here you see it again, right into the end zone. This time Reagans gives him a little outside technique. The safeties are spread real wide, and Kirkpatrick's fine to the end zone. There you see Steve. He's a little upset. He thinks he should be going to somebody else, but yeah, all right, that's okay. We'll take the tight end. He thought he should have gone to the back, but the tight end was a 6-pointer, so we'll take it. Going for 2 again.
This would make it a 13-point ball game. Barber couldn't get to it. 8:50 left to play in the ball game. Florida State 45-30.
Before they could walk, they wanted to dance. Before they could talk, they wanted to sing. But they needed a lot of heart and desire before they could get to Broadway and make it on a chorus line. Now this Broadway legend is back and on tour. But if you want tickets, get to the box office early and get out your Visa card. Because this show won't be in town long, and it won't take American Express. Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
It's feeding time for the beast in the basement again, and you know what that old furnace is going to do to your utility bills, but you don't have to let that monster upset your budget. Send for Tempstar's Home Comfort Guide. It's free consumer information about the savings you can obtain with a high-efficiency furnace. The Comfort Guide informs you so that you can make the right choice when the time comes to replace old equipment. Before you start that beast in your basement, start something that could save you money every month. The information is free, and so is the call.
When Acura asked if we would design a new tire for the extraordinary NSX, we responded very quickly. Yokohama, where Acura turned for ultra-high performance.
Call me irresponsible.
The Subaru Legacy with full-time four-wheel drive and anti-lock brakes. Since the next guy is capable of almost anything, shouldn't the same be true of your next car?
8.5 minutes left to play in the ball game. Florida State 45-30. Ruland's kick is going to come down to Terrell. And he'll be stopped at the 23 by Anderson on the special teams, and now a late flag comes in at the 25.
There's a dead ball, personal foul on Florida.
But defensively tonight, Gary, it has not been a banner evening for a very good Florida defense.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ron. You know, they've kept them off balance. The elusiveness of Casey Weldon has made the names of like Huey Richardson and Brad Culpepper and Mark Murray. You know, we haven't been calling those names. We've done Florida before. Those are names we'd call every second, third play. Tonight, it's been all happening in the secondary. When you only have 3 defensive backs in there, they've been taking advantage of it. Huey Richardson only has 2 tackles on the night. One of those was a big sack.
Amp lead, and he just made his third as Huey Richardson will come up to make the stop. What Florida State has been doing also is right after Florida would put points on the board, they'd come back with either a home run or nearly to it, and all of a sudden they have field position inside the 20-yard line, and that has just made it a miserable situation for the Florida defense tonight.
And as, again, to repeat, that's what Bobby said they had to have in this offense. He loves the big play, and he's got a quarterback that fits his, his attitude and his personality now. And that's when you think of Florida State football, that's what you think about as quarterback, guys like Casey Weldon.
All-out blitz pass is thrown complete to his tight end, Reggie Johnson. And the senior from Pensacola holds on and takes it to the 47. Will White is the man who tackled him.
When you think of Steve Spurrier, think of discipline. When you think of Bobby Bowden, you think of a guy who recruits athletes and lets them play a little bit. He doesn't confine them. He recruits great players and says, listen, guys, I want you to go for the big play. I'm going to gamble. Sometimes it's not going to work. I want you to gamble. I want you to go for those plays to change the scoreboard. Don't give me that 3 yards in the flat. I want it downfield.
Amp Lee tries to turn the corner. That's a good defensive play by Mark Murray. Also Ed Robinson coming from that middle linebacking spot.
Yeah, I think they're going to be short. They're going to have to punt the ball here too. Well, this is the type of offense that Florida eats up. You know, the I formation and running. They've got 8 guys near the line of scrimmage. You have to spread them out.
Coach Bowden is not going to take a chance, and he'll punt it away with 7 minutes remaining in the football game. Only the 4th time tonight that Florida State has had to kick.
Well, I haven't done many games, but I'm not so sure of anything that's going to happen. It looks like the punt. Let's just say that, right?
McLaurin gets this punt to turn over, and Barber makes the fair catch just inside the 20-yard line. 33 yards on the kick. NFL Game Day, noon Eastern time tomorrow. And then Chris Berman and the guys will be back at 7 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow night for NFL Prime Time. And this all sets up a game tomorrow evening. Green Bay Packers at the Minnesota Vikings. That's at 8 o'clock Eastern time. Mike Patrick and Joe Theismann will be there to bring you all the action on that one. Our situation, Florida State 45-30 with 6 minutes and 31 seconds left to play in the ball game.
Still plenty of time.
We set the screen out to the right, and that one will go for only a couple of yards, as defensively Anthony Moss just messed up the whole thing.
Big 99, you've seen him on the pass rush, and now you see him reading the screen and coming down and stopping a play that looked like had some potential just for a yard. Not enough. You know, 6 minutes to go. I know it looks 15 points, but I tell you, as a quarterback, you just look up and say, let's put 1 on the board, onside kick. You never know what happens.
Pass is thrown incomplete, and that broke the string. He had completed 6 in a row. As Barber's the man they wanted, and it was Buckley who made the stick.
Yeah, Buckley sat back in the zone that time, read Matthews, and came up and provided the hit right there. You know, he's had a bad ankle all year. He hurt it in the Virginia Tech game. And now, as they say, it is just the second game. Last week, he was good against Memphis State. This is only the second game he says he's been 100% with all year.
That one is complete over the middle to Kirkpatrick, and that's enough for the Florida first down at the 32. Leon Fowler defensively.
Whoa, what a hit. Fowler came up and was ready to give Kirkpatrick the old endo, but the throw was just low enough where he went down, and that's what saved the play right there, because he was coming up. Neely's going out right now. He got hurt a little bit, so we're going to have another right tackle. Actually, they don't have anybody out there yet. What? That's something that'll get a coach yelling at you more than anything. When you take yourself out of a football game before the coach even realizes it, without somebody else going on, no matter how bad you're dinged, you'll hear about that for a while.
You go with the draw play, and Rhett breaks one tackle, then he really gets smashed down by Bill Reagans at the 39. We've got a record tonight as far as the crowd, 63,190, a Doak Campbell Stadium record. We mentioned off the top of the telecast that if they had been able to sell 100,000, they would have for this one. First time of the series that both teams came in ranked in the top 10 in the nation. Kirkpatrick again will have the first down, this time up at the 47.
This Kirkpatrick's fun to watch, isn't he? He reads the coverage, he breaks it, he uses the arm swing, he does anything he can to get open. Here's the offensive line. You see Neely, number 70, he's back in there. He gets run upfield too many times and cut underneath, though. That's his problem. But look at that. That ball's put right where it has to be. That's pretty good coverage. Kirkpatrick now 8 catches for 73 yards.
Now that's a lateral. Barber can throw, and he does. He throws it back to Matthews, who drops the ball. And there's a visor out on the field at the 35, and it comes from Coach Spurrier.
Well, there's the play that he told us yesterday. He didn't tell us what it was, but he says, I got a play for you. It's never been used before. I don't know if it's never, I've never seen it. A throw to the wide receiver, no backs, and then a screen throwback to the quarterback. Watch this. He laterals it to the wide receiver. There's 3 guys on that side. Now the running back is going to throw it back to the quarterback. And look at all the linemen out there. He's got about a 40-yard gain, but the quarterback drops the ball.
Incomplete and almost intercepted. Reagans is pleading his case, but it's not going to work.
Number 88, Kirkpatrick, broken up by Bill Reagans.
Reagans this time takes a little gamble this time, cuts underneath the option route, ball's thrown low. That's what saved the play, and you had to hit the ground. You still got to reach it out there. You got to give the official the chance to blow the call on this one. You got to hold it up and say, come on, blow the call.
Matthews is thrown for 342 yards. Throws it complete, and it looks as though Barber made his cut about a half-yard short of the first down marker. So it's going to be 4th down, less than a yard, and Florida trailing 45-30. Certainly will not send the punt team on.
No. Yeah, you're right. He was open a little bit deeper, but when he had to scramble to the right side, he came back to the quarterback as he's taught, and the ball was put there. A quick snap's going to get him here.
Florida State just called a timeout from the near sideline as they couldn't get their players off the field. They were about to get caught with not 12, but about 15 on the play.
You see Steve, he's upset because he said we snapped the ball.
Timeout, Florida State.
45-30. Seminoles leading.
This holiday season, shop Sun for the largest selection of famous brand color TVs at lowest price. Quality 13-inch RCA color portable TV, $189 with a remote control and other wanted features. This 25-inch color portable TV, $247, an exceptional low price for a TV this big. Attractively styled 25-inch RCA color console, $347 with remote control and on-screen displays.
That's sensational.
Prices that can't be beat, plus selection and service. That's buying power.
Now, the Diamond Sweets Collection, a sampling of delectable diamonds, so tempting, so luscious, concocted to satisfy a woman's craving for elegance. The Diamond Sweets Collection.
Stop by Herring Jewelers now and sample the delicious Diamond Sweets Collection for yourself. This holiday season, you'll find more elegant diamond jewelry at Herring Jewelers than ever before. Herring Jewelers, Barrington 1 Building.
ESPN brings you coast-to-coast NCAA basketball. The action's outstanding. Everywhere you look, there's down-to-the-wire excitement.
Unbelievable! Unbelievable! Awesome, baby! Sensational! Super!
Two of the country's top conferences battle head-to-head in the ACC Big East Challenge. Complete coverage starts Monday at 7 Eastern live on ESPN.
ACC Big East Challenge, and that first game at 7 o'clock Eastern time on Monday night. A lot of fun next week with the hoops with the challenge going on. Fourth down and less than a yard for Florida. Flag comes down.
Well, I'll tell you, they had two men in motion again. Just another mistake by Florida in this game. The tight end did not get down in a stance. They had two men in motion, and even if they do make the first down, it's going to be 4th and 5.
Illegal shift, Florida.
They're just a little out of sync in this game tonight. They're moving the ball, but they're just not as, they were just so in gear the last couple times we watched them play. Tonight, they just don't have it together.
It's what happens to you when a defense really puts pressure on you and forces you to be out of sync, and I think that's what's happened tonight. The Seminole defense has done that.
And I'll tell you another thing. They did not get a great spot right here. They might have not have made the first down anyway. I thought he was clearly another half-yard farther, and it looks like it's just the ball's intersecting that stripe, and I don't think he made it.
Henry Ostaszewski is the man who made the play for the Seminoles, so they will not have to go to the penalty. Florida State will take over the football with 3:48 left in the ball game. Don't forget, coming up, Gary and I will pick the Visa players of the game, one from each club.
Well, that's some stop right there. They had a guy in motion, but it didn't really affect the play. You know, they only had a couple inches to go on that one, and they don't make it. You don't see the left end getting motion right there, but there you see Ostaszewski coming in. He gets under in the backfield and makes the play. But it looked to me like he was another half-yard farther, and they gave the ball back to that, 49-yard line, or no, 44-yard line. Kind of a tough spot.
Lee, he'll have about 5 on this, and you see him slapping the ball against his other hand. The reason for that, last thing he wanted to do was go out of bounds to stop the clock.
Amp, you can do whatever you want tonight. You got it. It's your game. 156 yards. Way to do it. You know, he narrowed it down to Florida and Florida State. Picked the right school for him. He had an opportunity to play here, he felt, and it looks like he's the real thing.
From Chipley, Florida, has 2 more years after this one. This is a career high for him as well. Hit in the backfield, and there's Jerry Odom to knock him down for a big loss. And Florida will call a timeout with 3 minutes and 34 seconds left to play in the ball game, and the Seminoles on top by 15.
The thirst for adventure is Michelob Dry. Refreshing beyond the ordinary. And once you've experienced the bold taste with no aftertaste. There is no going back.
Come on, mates. I've got a surprise for you.
What's the surprise?
I'll show you.
Look, Bernard. It's us.
Just for the holidays at McDonald's, you can get Bernard. Or Miss Bianca, the famous heroes from Walt Disney Pictures' new animated feature, The Rescuers Down Under, now in theaters everywhere. One ornament's free when you buy a $5 book of McDonald's gift certificates, or $1.49 with any food purchase.
Very handsome, but I prefer the real one.
The waters of the lake at Dunlow run so pure, deep, and cool. Legend says, just dangling your feet in it keeps you feeling fresh and clean for the rest of your days. There's a bit of this in every bar of Irish Spring. Ah, the lasting, fresh scent of Irish Spring deodorant soap. The Irish never quit.
Well, only 3:33 left to play in the ball game, and Florida State, they were slight favorites coming into this one, and they lead by 15 points, 45-30. Total offense in this ball game tonight with both ball clubs, 981 yards. Florida 485, Florida State 496. Markers all over the place as Amp Lee will get knocked out of bounds again. Del Spear this time.
Going for 1,000. There you see the score, but they got it up there the whole game. The 19 first downs, 496. I know the Florida defensive guys have been looking at that all game. You know, we did an Auburn game earlier where they had big zeros up there. They rushed for minus yards in that game against this defense, and they put 496 up on the board tonight. Quite a show by the Florida State offense against a good defense. Amazing how humbling this game gets. You know, we were just over there at that last game at Florida. We saw all the seniors just getting the shouts from the crowd. It was their last home game, and now tonight they're here and their big rival, and they're the ones that have to sit on the sideline to watch the other sideline tonight.
This also is the most points by two teams in the series since they have started playing, a total of 75 points.
A couple of good inside linebackers there, Carruthers and Marvin Jones. I don't know if there's a better inside pair in the country than those two guys.
This time, Amp Lee is not going to go anywhere. Number 50, Brad Culpepper, will knock him down for a loss. Florida's going to call another timeout to stop the clock at 3:17 left. And that means the Gators have no timeouts left. So it'll be 3rd down and 5 when we come back. So it's going to be 4th down rather than 3rd, as Florida did get the timeout called, and the line of scrimmage will be at the 45-yard line.
Well, that's it now. They're going to have to go no huddle. They get the benefit of having the clock stopped every time they get a 1st down, so let's not throw the game away yet. There's an opportunity here to put points on the board. The onside kick. No, Spurrier hasn't given up. He's over there talking to his team on the sideline, saying, come on, let's finish this game out. You never know what's going to happen in a football game.
Gators have the block on, and this kick by McLaurin very high. Barber makes the fair catch at the 23. And let's check in with Kevin Kiley on the sideline. Kev?
You know, Ron, before the game I spoke with Bobby Bowden, the head coach of the Seminoles, and he was afraid that Florida was going to turn him into Gator meat, or at least his team. Well, it didn't happen, at least not to this point tonight. But I did come across some real Gator meat here. It's a delicacy when Florida meets Florida State. And I thought I might, you know, maybe I'll just wait later. Well, this is an old Gator. I'll bring it up. I'll share it with you guys.
How can you tell it's an old Gator?
It smells old.
If you know Kevin, you know that's the first thing he hasn't eaten on his trip. He just, anything he put in front of him, he's going to have some try on it.
Ball is down in the sack at the 16-yard line. Yeah, the Florida State players, in fact, were fed Gator meat with a couple of meals this week.
Number 99, Anthony Moss, again, is going to come from the right side. He's going to beat number 70, Glenn Neely. going to get the big sack. Of course, Neely's in the game because Tony Rowell went down with a knee injury early in this football game.
5 sacks by Florida State tonight, and that one would have been complete to the umpire had he turned around in time.
Well, it would have been complete to Eric Wren, too, except he ran right into the umpire.
That was my point. Stops the clock with 2 minutes and 32 seconds left, and it is going to be a 3rd down situation.
And that often happens. It's one of the reasons you run those crossing routes over the middle. You use the umpire a lot of times to shield, but he moves up as the snap, and you have to avoid him. It's something that you coach your backs. Watch out for that guy.
Matthews tries to go for the 1st down. Don't know if he got it or not. Todd McIntosh.
Well, Shane needed to get out of bounds there. 1 yard wasn't as important as getting the clock stopped again. You have to look at the big picture now. You got to get out of bounds. Now it's 4th down. You have to throw the ball past the down marker.
2 minutes left in the ball game, and 4th down. And Matthews' ball is tipped and almost intercepted after it was tipped by Carl Simpson.
You know, Ron, when we talked to Bobby Bowden yesterday, we kidded him right off. We said, Bobby, you've only played 2 teams on your schedule. How do you know what you got? And Bobby says, you're right. I don't know yet. I don't know what we got. But I'll tell you what, if we put the team in a big win against Florida, I know I got a good football team. This time, Shane Matthews flushes a little early. The sacks from the right side has caused him to leave the pocket. He didn't need to that time. He got out of the way. And then you'll see that Steve Spurrier knows this baby's all over. And he needs a new visor after this game, too. This one's wrinkled and torn. It's got grass stains.
Edgar Bennett, the junior from Jacksonville, with the carry, will be knocked down for a loss. And since Florida has no timeouts left, this one is drawn to a close and will very quickly, as Florida State will have to run 1, maybe 2 more plays, and then they'll just sit on it. 45-30.
Well, they're going to go take a knee right now. Casey Weldon's just going to take a knee and finish this game off. Big win. They're going to go and play Penn State in the Blockbuster Bowl, and they've got an opportunity. They've got a good football team.
Tonight's Visa players of the game are from the University of Florida, Ernie Mills, 7 catches for 126 yards and a touchdown. And from Florida State is Amp Lee, 26 carries, 147 yards, 2 touchdowns, 4 receptions for 43 and 1 touchdown. And as a part of their continuing effort to further the development of amateur athletics, Visa is proud to donate $1,000 to each of these universities and $1,000 to the U.S. Olympic team on behalf of these athletes. Ernie Mills and Amp Lee are Visa players of the game.
Well, these Florida players tried to become the first team in Florida history to win 10 games. You know, it'd be nice for them to go to a bowl game, but they won't be able to do it again. Bobby Bowden wins after October. The guy's undefeated in the last 4 years. What a record.
17 consecutive. Well, the clock ran down. It's going to cost him a 5-yard penalty on 4th down.
Delay of game. Florida State. Buck will start on the snap.
Well, Casey Weldon's real upset. He thought he had it figured out. He must not be majored in math because the clock on the board and the time clock were different. And then when Dawsey got involved in it, he came up and tried to call a play. That's what really would cause the problem right there. The quarterback said, gee, let me handle it. You got 12 guys calling a play here. All I have to do is take a snap and take a knee here. It's not that difficult, guys.
Well, Sports Center is coming up next. We'll take a break, and then the guys will update you. This one is now history. So our final score, Florida State wins it 45-30. Gary?
It was a game that started off with a bang. They had a play that they took advantage of their aggressiveness, and they went at them, got 10 quick points on the board, and the Florida defense was off balance the whole game. Casey Weldon's ability to scramble and throw was the difference in this football game, I think.
Shildasi catches 2 tonight for 146 yards on those 2 alone. This has been fun this year, folks. We have enjoyed it. Now, for Kevin Kiley and Gary Danielson, Ron Franklin speaking for our entire ESPN crew, that will do it from Tallahassee.
A new high-output 4-liter engine, anti-lock brakes, and exclusive shift-on-the-fly, full-time 4-wheel drive. Make Jeep Cherokee the ultimate vehicle for the hustle and bustle of everyday life.
Save $2,500 on 1990 Cherokees, or get up to $700 on 91s.
Dear Rayovac, I've had a battery-operated back scratcher in the drawer for years and years. We had 2 Rayovac batteries in it. I turned it on, and lo and behold, they were still good. We were really surprised, and so was everyone else. No one believed it until we showed them that they still worked. How's that for good batteries? Sincerely, Mrs. Margaret Bronert, Cincinnati, Ohio.
Rayovac. Batteries that turn people on.
Coming up on SportsCenter, could the Heisman Trophy winner be, why, you or you? After that, the major question is, who's the nation's best team? Are the Yellow Jackets unbeatable? Sure enough. It was a day filled with ancient rivalries, and you know what that means. But since when are Miami and San Diego State such bitter enemies? The other Florida schools weren't exactly in sunshiny moods either, with the Gators trying to get out of Tallahassee alive. Down in St. Pete, patriotism the theme, as U.S. enthusiasm overflows the Davis Cup. Hoops also had its share of hostilities. Louisville a mouthful for Indiana, and Georgetown pitted brother against brother. We've even got Charles in charge. So let's hear some noise. SportsCenter's up in arms. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the SportsCenter. I'm Gary Miller along with Tom Mees. We got a special Heisman show directly following the SportsCenter. We'll see the top 5 candidates, see how maybe they'll fare once they come to the pros. But first, we had to figure out who won the Heisman.
Yeah, a lot of people were trying to figure it out throughout the football season, Gary. You know, what had been thought to be a close race for this year's Heisman Trophy turned out to be not very close at all. For the past few weeks, it was supposed to be a duel between Notre Dame's Rocket Ismail, arguably the most exciting player in college football, against BYU's quarterback sensation Ty Detmer. Detmer had the numbers that Heisman hopefuls are supposed to have, but the Rocket had the glamour and the vast exposure that any player from Notre Dame will command. Who would win the 56th awarding of the Heisman? Listen.
The winner of the 1990 Heisman Award, whose name is Ty Detmer. Ty Detmer of BYU. Ty Detmer.
Ty Detmer, the first BYU QB to win the Heisman and the first player from the Western Athletic Conference to win it. And the voting, surprisingly, not that close at all. The final ballot, Ty Detmer, 316 first-place votes, 1,482 overall compared to 237 first-place votes, and 1,177 for second-place Rocket Ismail. For Ty Detmer, the pressure is now off.
You know, this is the hardest week probably I've ever had. Just wondering, sitting around waiting, having to read and hear about other players and everybody's feelings about it. You know, it's just a hard week to try to sit there and take it. You know, you wish somebody would be able to tell you as soon as they found out, but I guess that's part of the Heisman mystique, and, you know, I'm glad it's over now and thrilled that we won it.
Ty Detmer, the 10th junior to win a Heisman Trophy. The last BYU Cougar that had a shot was Steve Young in '83. He finished second to Mike Rozier. These are the current numbers for Detmer. Remember, he has a game in about 20 minutes against Hawaii. He's just under the 5,000-yard mark for the year, 38 TD passes and counting. We'll keep track of his stats throughout the night. Meanwhile, Houston's David Klingler was a Heisman hopeful that fell well short in the balloting, but what a night he had against Arizona State yesterday in the Japan Bowl. David Klingler passing for a record 716 yards and 7 TDs, and the 40,000 Japanese spectators loved it. Klingler went 41 for 70 in his record-breaking performance. He also set the record for TD passes in a season with 54, 7 more than the former record holder Jim McMahon of BYU. The Cougars ended up winning the game 62-45. They finished their season at 10-1. 62-45 the final. A 95-yard touchdown play was one of the last plays of the game. There you see it. Sun Devils finished 4-7. The Cougars are 10-1, but they will not win the national championship. They came a cropper against the Texas Longhorns. Let's take a look at Klingler's season numbers. Now, these are the season numbers. 5,140 passing yards. That is a record pending what Ty Detmer does against Hawaii. Detmer could pass him. 716 yards passing in a single game. That is a record. 54 TD passes, that's a record. 11 TD passes in a single game earlier against Eastern Washington, that's a record. But ironically, Gary, that record could have offended some Heisman balloters and ended Klingler's Heisman hopes.
Georgia Tech quarterback Sean Jones can't approach those numbers, but he's done something no other passer in Division I has accomplished this season: keep his team undefeated. This afternoon in Athens, Georgia, he did something the Yellow Jackets will take even more pride in, at least this weekend: beat Georgia for the second straight time. It is always a frenzied battle between the hedges. Tech not usually successful there, and the Bulldogs got off to the early lead. Maurice Hurst bursting in. Bulldogs up 6-0. Ray Goff's team took a 9-0 lead, but the Yellow Jackets would answer behind Jones. Pull him within 2 at 9-7, then drop back in the pocket and heave. Bobby Rodriguez breaking for the post and gets in. 15-9 Jackets. Then the defense kicked in. Ken Swilling will knock Larry Ware sideways, jar the ball loose. After scoring 23 points in the second quarter, Jones wrapped it up with this play action again to Rodriguez. His 4th touchdown pass of the game. He was 15 of 20. And how on target can you get? He hit 12 in a row at one point, over 200 yards passing. Georgia's first losing season in 13 years. The Bulldogs have given up 40 points to Tech only in 1905 and in the war years, when they sent freshmen against National Navy trainees from across the country. It's a rare one. Tech can make an even stronger claim to the national championship now. If you say their 10-0-1 mark is inflated, it's come against competition almost equal to number 1 Colorado's. 8 of their 11 opponents have winning records, while only half of the Buffalo's dozen have won more than half of their games. Miami also has a national championship shot. Nearly dashed this afternoon in Jack Murphy Stadium. The Aztecs wrapped up Dan McGuire. You talk about big and strong. He still gets loose to find Ray Rowe in the end zone. 10-7 San Diego State. But the Hurricanes come hustling back. What an effort by Steve McGuire. A lot of Rows and McGuires in this game. Dan looking for room and fires a bullet to Dennis Avery. Down 10 in the 4th quarter. Al Luckenbill. Team comes back. He wants the 2-point conversion. And again, it's McGuire, the brother of the famous Oakland A. Keeps his feet, avoids Russell Maryland. They got the 2-point conversion and then got their hands full with Miami, a team that loves to fight and brawl. Somehow they found San Diego State to their disliking. But even though they were within a field goal, they couldn't move down the field, and Miami holds on for a scant 2-point victory. Patrick Rowe of the Aztecs had 102 yards receiving, giving him an NCAA record 9 straight over 100 yards. At Aloha Stadium, Ty Detmer providing an instant encore to his Heisman. He needs 272 yards against the Rainbows to break Klingler's the yardage record he just got this afternoon. The Rainbows won 56-14 last year to provide extra added incentive. This afternoon in Austin, the battle of the Lone Star State. Texas's Peter Gardere with a touchdown to Keith Cash. And it's the Longhorns tying it at 14. Texas A&M, though, had him tied at 21 when Gardere rolls. Can't find anybody. Tucks it under. He ran for 2. Texas up 28-21. A&M comes back. Bucky Richardson up the gut. Breaking Longhorn tackles. Keeps rolling along. He goes 32 yards. A&M's within a point at 28-27. R.C. Slocum has to go for 2. From the 3, the pitch to Darren Lewis, who had scored twice. Bowls, but loses his footing, and A&M can't get in. Texas holds on, 28-27. The win breaks a 6-year losing streak to the Aggies, and the Longhorns also remain in the race for number 1, but their lone loss was to Colorado.
Gary, if you're a college football fan, I mean a real college football fan, there's no place you'd rather be the first week in December than in the state of Florida. When Florida and Florida State collide, that's what happened tonight when number 6 Florida met number 8 FSU right here on ESPN. A record crowd in Tallahassee on the second play of the game was cheering because their man, Casey Weldon, pump fakes, hit Lawrence Dawsey, 76 yards. Where's the defense? Florida State leads at 7-0, and the hits just keep on coming. Second half, FSU up big. Watch Florida State's Amp Lee electrify the crowd. Plug it in, Amp. There he goes. Wow. It looks like he goes down at the 50, but no, he breaks tackles. That's a sample of his running on the night. He ran for almost 150 yards. Florida State wins it by 15, 45-30. Is FSU as good as anyone? Yes. Are they the best? We'll never know. There's no playoff system. In Nashville, Tennessee, looking for a trip to the Sugar Bowl was Tennessee as they met Vanderbilt. Big day for Tennessee's Tony Thompson. Here, the 12-yard run for the touchdown. And then he scampers for 13 yards and a touchdown. 4 TDs on the day for Tony Thompson. And Vanderbilt coach Watson Brown watching on the sideline. He knows his future's in doubt. Thompson ran for 236 yards. Tennessee has won 8 in a row now over Vandy and 13 of the last 14. And who's the coach at Vanderbilt anyway? Depends on who you believe. The Nashville Banner newspaper reported today that Vandy fired Watson Brown before the game, but Brown coached the game. As you saw, they will meet on Watson Brown's future a bit later on. In Birmingham, Alabama. Alabama looking to break a 5-game losing streak to Auburn. We'll go to the Legion Field for this haircut. Yes, going to be a war. Both teams no love lost between them as you see Shane Wasdom get leveled. Oh, he's okay. First series for Auburn. Freshman quarterback Stan White. Intercepted by Ephraim Thomas. Bad pass, good pick. Bama would run it in from there to lead 7-zip. Tide leading 10-0. But after an Alabama fumble, 9 seconds left in the half, Stan White hits tight end Fred Baxter. It's a 10-7 game. Second half, the Tide defense led the way. Stan White gets leveled by linebacker John Sullins. Bama leading 13-7. All-America kicker Philip Doyle's third field goal of the day. Bama wins 16-7. Gene Stallings, good for him. He was 0-3. They wanted to run him out of town. Ha, ha, ha. Alabama wins it 16-7, and they finish 7-4. They're going to a bowl game for the 31st time in 32 years. They're going to the Fiesta Bowl, despite the fact that the Alabama Faculty Senate objected because of the controversy over the Martin Luther King paid holiday. Now that the SEC is settled, here's the New Year's Day Bowl picture. Sugar Bowl, who wants to watch it? I don't. Virginia against Tennessee. Fiesta Bowl, who wants to watch this? Alabama and Louisville. Schnellenberger's done a fine job, but TV ratings are going to suffer. The Peach Bowl has Auburn taking on Indiana. The Gator Bowl, Ole Miss and Michigan. You'll see that game New Year's morning right here on ESPN.
Not since John McEnroe and Gene Mayer has the U.S. won the Davis Cup. It's been 8 years, but then again, they've never hosted the event on clay, red clay. After wiping out the Aussies in both opening singles matches Friday, the doubles team was looking to throw dirt on them this afternoon in St. Petersburg. Bill Patrick was there.
Height, 13.5 inches. Weight, 25 pounds. Since 1935, symbolic of gridiron greatness. From Michigan's Tom Harmon to West Point Wizards, Glenn Davis and Doc Blanchard, Mr. Inside and Mr. Outside. In the 50s, Hopalong Cassidy and the Golden Boy, Paul Hornung. The 60s gave us a magician of a midshipman named Staubach and a symphony in motion, Orenthal James Simpson. In the 70s, the first and only back-to-back winner, Buckeye Archie Griffin. Champions of the 80s range from the diminutive field general Flutie to Bo, blueprint of the ultimate athlete. Now, the first winner in the 90s collects the most cherished individual prize in sports, earning forever the title Heisman Trophy winner.
ESPN presents Junior Achievers, a look back at the race for the 1990 Heisman Trophy.
And hello there, and welcome to our special look at how the 56th Heisman Trophy was won. I'm Chris Fowler. Lee Corso and Mel Kiper will join me shortly. You know, this year the Heisman campaign was a lot like the national championship race. Unpredictable, ever-changing, with the leader's stock rising and falling sharply under the weight of media scrutiny. A lot of fuss over a chunk of brass and onyx. Jimmy Roberts was at the Downtown Athletic Club when the winner was announced.
This year, the Heisman Trophy was about a choice between numbers and words. Ty Detmer was the numbers.
Well, I just think we put up the numbers every week, and we were consistent. You know, we're number 4 in the nation. You know, we've just had a great year, and it's just everything's kind of fallen in place for us.
Well, he set 20-plus NCAA records. He will probably become the most productive quarterback of all time, passing for 5,000-plus yards. He's become the #2 all-time passer in the history of college football, and he's still got another year to go and only has about 700 yards before he breaks that record.
And if Detmer was the numbers, then Raghib Ismail was the words.
You've seen Rocket play, everybody has. Describe him in one word.
Blazing.
First word that comes to mind is exciting.
He's the very best football player that's ever played at the University of Notre Dame, in my estimation.
Ismail had some numbers of his own, but they were the underwhelming type. Despite his brilliance, he handled the ball only 11 times a game and scored just 6 times this year. The voting was nowhere near as close as expected. And in the end, the stylistic difference between these two was just as vast as the way they felt about the award. Ismail said all along he didn't want it. The attention was a distraction.
You relieved right now?
Definitely. Like I lost like 10 pounds I didn't need.
Detmer, on the other hand, was forthright about his desire to win the Heisman for himself, his team, and all of the great BYU quarterbacks before him who had never won the award.
You know, I feel like they have as big a part in it as I do, and that they've been through it all before, kind of set the tone for us, and, you know, I'm just one of many great quarterbacks that have played here, and you know, we've had a great year this year.
There is always one terrific irony about the presentation of the Heisman Trophy here in New York City, and that's that 364 days a year, college football and New York City have virtually nothing to do with one another. But today, all of the eyes of the college football world were focused here in New York City and the Downtown Athletic Club. All of the focus, except for a little bit which was left over for another college football hotbed for a day, Honolulu, Hawaii. Reporting from New York City, I'm Jimmy Roberts, ESPN.
So the first BYU player, the first WAC player, the first in the Mountain Time Zone, and the Heisman goes to a junior for the 3rd consecutive year. Here's a look at the voting. There really wasn't that close after all the debate and all the hype. A handy margin for Detmer over Ismail. Eric Bieniemy, the best running back in the country, but not the type of numbers that Barry Sanders put up a couple of years ago. Sean Moore, he faded as Virginia lost 3 of the last 4. David Klingler, only 7 first-place votes despite NCAA records for yards and touchdowns in his season. The loss to Texas pretty much finished off his candidacy. Taking a look at the map, all precincts reporting all 6 regions going to Detmer. That's very surprising. Ware won only 3 of the 6 regions last year. Almost no geographic bias, which is good to see. Rocket was 2nd in 5 of the 6 regions. And it was almost the same order except for one of those 6 regions. Lee, Detmer was your choice all along.
Well, he's a great football player and also a wonderful young man, like all of them are. But the one thing, a couple of things he had, first of all, consistency. For 23 straight games, he threw the ball for over 300 yards. That's tremendous. And second, durability. You know, Detmer has never missed a play because of an injury since he's been at BYU. He was there every single day to do his job.
Stats a big part of his candidacy. Let's take a look at the stats with 1 ball game still to play in the regular season against Hawaii going on at midnight Eastern time. And there you see the amazing numbers of Detmer.
One thing also, they talked about his interception. He only had 1 interception for every 21.5 passes. So he didn't do too bad. I mean, the more he threw the ball, obviously, the more interceptions you're going to have.
Yeah, more than 500 attempts. And when you throw that ball that many times, defensive backs obviously going to pick a few off. Now, what about Rocket? He has the charisma. He had the fact that he played for Notre Dame, all that television exposure, but maybe just not enough touches of the football.
Well, yeah, you're right. He's a great football player. And obviously, he's the most valuable player at Notre Dame. But because of the number of opportunities he had at Notre Dame, he really didn't deserve it and couldn't win it on the field.
That injury in the first half against Penn State after the terrific first half, if he doesn't get injured, his chance is much better, do you think?
No question. But again, that wasn't his fault. There's only 1 football for all those stars at Notre Dame, and Luke just couldn't give it to him enough.
Okay, Detmer sharing a little bit of the honor with each of the great BYU quarterbacks who were passed over for the award. We'll focus on Detmer's place in the Cougar QB legacy when we continue. And later, Mel Kiper analyzes the pro futures of all 5 candidates. In the meantime, we'll look at some past Heisman winners, starting with Jay Bernwager of Chicago University, the first guy back in 1935. In 1940, the late Tom Harmon. Will salute him later on. 1945, 1/2 of Army's legendary backfield, Doc Blanchard. And in 1950, Ohio State's Vic Janowitz, the late Vic Janowitz. More of our special when we continue.
The race for the 1990 Heisman Trophy is brought to you by Today Chevrolet, who invites you to see why more people are winning with the heartbeat of America.
Ty Detmer came to BYU from Mission, Texas, hoping to just carry on the tradition of quarterback excellence. Instead, this avid hunter has bagged a bigger prize than them all and snared about every record in sight as a junior. As Charlene Hawks reports, Detmer now deserves top billing among BYU's cast of quarterback legends.
For over a decade, BYU quarterbacks have inched their way closer and closer to college football's ultimate prize. Now, at last, the Cougars have their first Heisman Trophy winner. But even before the award, many believe Ty Detmer was already BYU's best.
I don't know if he compares to us because he might even be better than all of us. He's a tremendous player. He's handled himself well with the media, on the football field. He tries to do the things that he can do best. And he's a winner, he's competitive, and he gets the job done.
He has the cool and the gamesmanship of a McMahon. He has the athletic ability of a Steve Young. He has the arm of Robbie Bosco. He has it all.
Detmer out of harm's way once, now twice, now three times.
Touchdown.
Has a man open. Bellini.
He just has that ability to make the play when they need to be made. And of course, that's what all of the quarterbacks have had. Robbie Bosco was great at that. Steve Young, Jim McMahon, any of them.
For those players, the Heisman was always just out of reach. In a 7-year span, 4 different BYU quarterbacks finished in the top 3 in voting, but each came up short. Some blame the weak schedule, others blame the Mountain Time Zone. Whatever the reason, Detmer was the first to legitimately challenge for the top spot.
The players that won it those years were great players also, though. You know, it came down to 1 or 2 every time. And Robbie Bosco finished 3rd, I think. Steve Young finished 2nd.
I think there was pretty good players, but the system's really important. It's like here or anywhere in football. If you got a good system, you're going to do pretty well. I wonder how he's getting all those yards. I mean, none of us could do that. I found out why. That he's staying in the 4th quarter. Lavelle's finally let him stay in, so, you know, we used to beg him to let us stay in, but this is the year he went for the Heisman, so it's good for him.
Actually, only 18% of Detmer's touchdown passes have come in the 4th quarter. Most have come in the 2nd and 3rd quarters when Detmer has worked the system to perfection the last 2 seasons, surpassing his predecessors in the BYU record books. With 1 full year to go, he leads the all-time Cougar list in almost every passing category, trailing only Young in completion percentage. However, despite the numbers, and now the Heisman, Detmer still has trouble placing himself above the players who came before him.
It's hard for me to imagine myself with them because, I mean, I'm playing now and they played back then and they're legends now and I'm still just playing. But, you know, maybe in 10 or 15 years, I can look back and say, well, you know, we were as good as any of them.
None of those quarterbacks can give a flying headbutt like Detmer. Now, he's going to come back next year, and he's going to break just about every NCAA career passing record. He could put them up so high that they may never be broken. But, Lee, what about Steve Young's statement that the reason Detmer broke all those records is he was left into the 4th quarter and got a chance to run up some big stats?
Yeah, but as we mentioned in the piece, most of his touchdowns came in the 2nd and 3rd quarter when the game was still in jeopardy. But the one thing about Detmer that I really like, he's also a winner. His record is 21-4, including the bowl games, but also the system is not as important as people think. 3 years before Detmer started, the WAC was never won by BYU. The last 2 years, he started, they've won the WAC both times, and now they got a chance for a national championship. Ty Detmer is a winner also.
No doubt about that. The image of him standing there at the end of the Miami game after beating the Hurricanes, who were ranked #1 at the time, shin bleeding in the bandage, and that shows the kind of toughness voters are looking for, but they still kept him in there late and let him run some big numbers up. I don't care what you say. It was 52-9, and he was throwing the football.
Really?
Okay, when we come back, draft analyst Mel Kiper joins us. He says the guys who are runners-up today may be the big winners come April. Meantime, a look at more Heisman winners. Howard Hopalong Cassidy from Ohio State won it 5 years after Janowitz did. Then Joe Bellino, Navy's fine back, one of 2 Heisman Trophy winners from Navy, Staubach the other. Mike Garrett, the first of the great USC tailbacks to win it back in 1965. And then Jim Plunkett of Stanford, one quarterback who won the Heisman, then went on to a great career in the NFL. Mel Kiper, how is it being a guru at age 30? You know, 3 of the top 5 finishers are juniors. None of them have said they plan to come out for this draft, but let's take a look at Detmer. Whenever he comes out, he's not really the prototype for an NFL quarterback, Mel.
Well, he's not the prototype. You look at Ty Detmer, great college quarterback. He won the award today, the Heisman Trophy, because he's a tremendous college player. As a pro prospect, he just doesn't grade out high. He grades out really as a free agent, an undraftable player. You watch him, he doesn't have the powerful arm, but he has that elusive quality in the pocket, evades pass rushers, always finds the open receiver down the field, and he has that great feel, and he's a tremendous college quarterback. But like I said, the size factor, arm strength factor are going to push him way down to the point where I really believe he'll be a free agent in the NFL.
So will not be drafted, you know?
Exactly.
But, Mel, I think he's got something else that if I was a pro, I'd take him for publicity, if nothing else. I mean, you can have the Heisman Trophy win, you can put him with Bo Jackson and Marcus Al. You can say you have 3 Heisman Trophy winners in the same backfield.
Okay, what about Rocket now, Mel? Here's a guy, again, has said he plans to return to school. That's saying that for now, anyway.
Well, Barry Sanders and Andre Ware said the same thing at this stage of their career. I think when the Rocket sees where he rates as far as the NFL is concerned, he has to come out. He could be the #1 pick overall, just a game breaker, a touchdown maker. And that's what the NFL wants and covets. Just look at how highly regarded Dave Meggett is around the NFL. And the Rocket, I think, will be the #1 pick overall, and there's no way I can see this kid turning down that kind of money.
Also, another thing about him, Mel, that he can play 3 different places for the pros. He can be a running back, he can be a wide receiver, and he can return kicks, which makes him even more valuable.
Exactly.
Are you concerned that maybe the durability factor, he's not going to be big enough to take hits as a running back? You'd like to see him there if you're a general manager. He carries the ball so well out of the I formation.
You have to get him the ball in any way possible, and he's always been a guy that can evade tacklers. He's very tough to get a solid hit on. He's so instinctive, and he creates opportunities, sets up his blockers so well when he's in the open field. And I don't really see that as a major problem. He came through the college ranks relatively unscathed when you talk about serious injuries.
What about Colorado's Eric Bieniemy? He's short, built like a tank, not unlike a lot of NFL star running backs.
That's what you're looking for. 5'6½", a strong, compact, low-based runner, runs inside as well as out, and he's probably going to be a mid-first-round pick. You get him in the open field, he can go all the way anytime he touches the football. Question marks with Bieniemy, his pass receiving ability, and he did fumble the ball at crucial situations throughout his career. But if he improves on that, learns to hold on to the football at all times, he's going to be a fine pro.
And remember another thing, we don't want to sign him for rebounding, right? So who cares how tall he is? The guy is short, not small, and that's a big difference.
And you've got him rated as the #2 running back behind Nick Bell of Iowa.
Behind Nick Bell, and Bieniemy right now figures in that mid-first-round area.
Okay. What about David Klingler, another junior? He says he will not come out. Seems to have all the tools, but only 1 year experience so far.
Well, 1 year experience and, of course, the run and shoot. But this kid is a legitimate big-time player. Great arm strength, good size, underrated athlete. He evades tacklers, on-charging pass rushers, can deliver the ball down the field effectively, just a powerful arm. He needs another year at Houston, and with a great senior year next season, I really believe in 1992 he will rank as the #1 player overall and definitely a legitimate Heisman candidate again next year with Detmer.
You know, Mel, I did an interview with him, and I didn't realize how big he is. He's a big, strong guy. I think he's the best all-around athlete.